Hello. We're going to start the day by looking at deck lists. That could include the deck list from Copenhagen. Why not? The winner of which was Titan Shift, Gianluca Boretto. What is this? It's Sonic and Knuckles. Despite common sense, or like directly in the opposite of common sense, Gianluca didn't care for Titan Shift being a weak deck. He just won. I don't know if the list is same as it used to be or not, but it's pronounced Knuckles. Okay, Knuckles. Seems very similar to the Mox lists. Pretty cool. Well, I don't know, it's cool. Second place, 4-color LMLs by Joel. No, not Joel. Christopher Larsen. 2 Larsens. Is this like actually good then? Well, it's good enough. Seemingly. It's probably relatively playable. Wow, 3 prismatic ending. I wonder if there is supposed to be a ramp spell in the sideboard. Probably not. Probably not. There's not really often that you're going to wish for an explore, right? Third place, Joel Larsen. But let's look at this first. This is Traverse. 2 Wolf of Nissa, Baron Grove, Mishras, Bubble, and Oli Eats. Only 3% and 3 Ephemerate. Feels like moving back into the Stone Age, but I'm glad it worked out for Christopher. 2 Supreme Verdict to blow up any amount of his 19 creatures. 3 Ice and Coatl at least. I have played against 4-color decks this tournament. Partially, I think, because I drew round 1. Unintentionally drew round 1, and then I got thrown into the 4-color bracket. I got paired against 4. I have won against 3 with them with blue-red. And the one match I lost, my opponent played 3 Icefang Coatls against him, but the other opponents just didn't. They didn't play Icefang Coatls against me at all. They just cast Eladamri's Call, and that card is beyond embarrassing in the matchup, I think. Yeah, Real Common, you should check out the rental service. I don't currently have a sponsorship by a rental service, which I probably should try to acquire one.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Wow, it censored it. I'm sorry, it censored it. I put it to censor it so that nobody could make Brian say more obscene words that could get me banned on Twitch, but cock is definitely tough to lose it. Thank you for the sub. Imagine not playing 4 Ice Fangs. Exactly. The only reason why this deck why you could claim that 4 color is favored against blue red is if you play 4 Ice Fang and 4 Veil of Summer, I think. Because those are the only cards that are actually good.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Cock.
Nice job. Uh, so, like, Ice Fang Cattle and Veil of Summer are the cards that you can that are inconvenient to answer. All the other cards can be answered very conveniently, and that's just like what you need to do against a tempo deck. You need to take the tempo back from them, and then they will die. Discussing your powerful sorcery speeds mans is fine, and it's gonna work a portion of the time, but oftentimes it will not. Also 4 Tarmogoyfs. Soon we will be able to play 8 Tarmogoyfs, bros. So, how did Hero finish in Copenhagen? I got 26. Maybe my list is here. Yeah, it is here. 26. Is it Merktide? Piotr Gogowski. I went... Was it 15 rounds? Yes, I went 10 for 1. And I think I... I think people with 11-3-1 were in the top 8, so it's kind of not far away from that. So let's look at Joel's Larsson living end deck list, and you know, a quick glance shows us like a Boseju, 3 living end, no 4th living end, Sky Turtle. Although respect for 20 cyclers. Yes, I'm qualified to Sofia with my finish twice. Because I got the rivals qualification, and I got the rivals, not rivals, I got the qualification from that, so I have, I guess, incinerated someone's invite, which is good. Louis Del Tour did the same. Did your Merktide week help me? Assuredly. It made me register Dragon Rage's channelers, without which I cannot play the deck. Even if some might think it is better. It might be better for them, I'm sure it's not better for me to play with no DRCs. And then also like help me get familiar with matchups that I played like too little of. And I also, yeah, I mean, it just helped me. Just like getting familiar with the deck was definitely useful. I think I played 4 or 5 mirrors, won them all too. Some from spots where I thought I was dead and almost wanted to scoop, but then I was like, yeah, I'll just play. I can't get how Titan Shift keeps winning despite playing Murktide 4 times. I don't know if it keeps winning. I would say that the Titan Shift results are pretty sparse. So it's wins sometimes. It is like 20% likelihood occurrences are gonna happen, right? When there's enough things. So it's like not a surprise that something won doesn't mean it's hashtag good this time. It means that it won. That's the only thing it actually means. And then you can try to use it as a justification of your belief that it is good now. Or you can ignore it if it doesn't fit your narrative. But yeah, somehow... I mean, the Merc-type deck sometimes doesn't have a counterspell, I guess. Was there so much focal for a Titan shift? There seem to be lots of people with 80 card decks. No, obviously you didn't play Canopies, you liked it, and it's like in dated list. Dobrze. This is a normal hammer list. In the 4th place with being nothing special. What's your opinion on Pioneer? Do I play it? I do play it. It is a format. I enjoy it to an extent. It's fine. 10 rack. That's just creativity, but into Primeval Titan. So not one, but 2 Volako decks. The reason why it's called 10 rack is because the default name on MTG Melee, because it goes alphabetically, so 1-0 is the fast deck name available. And if you just don't choose a name, it assigns the top one from the list, I think, so. That's it. Zorius Hammer. Watch party the Copenhagen stream. It was only 85% ultimate guard odds. Nice. Przemysław Olszewski, who is actually Olsen from the chat, played a fairly normal Merctade list with 3 Archmage's Charm and 3 Dragon Rage's Channeler, which is very based. And then some random cards in the sideboard from amongst the pool of 90 cards that Merctade plays. Good. Then there was a Glimpse deck in the top 8. How do you say that name? It's Przemysław. Repeat after me. Przemysław. Not playing the Scam Fable, good. Transfer of the Forge, good build of the deck. Samuel Giselon. Is that Spike Lotus Field? Four color control in 11th place. Archon. Transmogrify. Bros, this deck. So bad. But also not that bad, but the card Transmogrify is so bad that it makes me cringe every time I think about it. Yes, it was the famous ramp into Valakut Awakening deck. I guess mostly it's the Memory Deluge flashback and 4 Cryptic Command and the Elementals to hardcast, but the 4 Valakut Awakening in this deck list is always a bit ridiculous to me. Also, those 4 Valakut Awakening and Cryptic commands, it's interesting. Ameroni, free spell pierce. It's pretty funny. Why did Hammer ever splash Fotsies? I guess because of the canopy land. Start to think the blue-eyed Narcel / Chaliceless is possibly well positioned. True. Lurus and Canopy too. Yeah, but Lurus is kinda fake, right? Because it's not gonna struggle. Like, you don't play swamps, neither you play islands, so all of your colored lands produce white anyways. So, Hallowed Fountain casts Lurus exactly the same as Godless Shrine. There is no swamp, so. Some, like, maybe that is like, you look at the card and it is black and you think, oh yeah, black, but it does not actually make a difference, mana-wise. Play against Livingen. I played against Livingen once. I lost. I think in huge part because my opponent played a turn 2 Foundation Breaker that killed my treasure. And then 5 turns later I had no mana for a counter war. I play against 4 color. I played against 4 color 4 times. I lost once when my opponent had Ice Fang Quaddles in the deck, and I lost 3 other matches, including a match against Pete Ward early in the tournament, where game 3 he cast a Spreading Seas on my Fiery Islet, which surprised me to still be present in his deck. Did the match against Pete Ward go to time? Yes. We almost drew, especially since he played an Emrakul in the extra turns. And Emrakul in extra turns robbed me out of the last 5th turn of extra turns. Unfortunately, because it was like his first extra turn, I think. No, the first was mine, and then the second was his. He plays Emrakul, then two of mine, and then one of his. So I cast the Emrakul, being at 3 life. I had a Jason play, which wasn't even mine. I stole it off of his deck with Ragavan. And he did plenty of stuff on my turn, which then concluded into nothing. But then for some reason the last move was to +2 the Jason myself, see Ragavan, and keep the Ragavan on top. After which I took my extra post Emrakul turn, bounced the Emrakul, dashed
He's a phenomenal
Monkey,
control player.
Did you
hit a
have fun
red,
in Copenhagen?
and killed him. At first failing to realize that I killed him, and I thought it's a draw because I didn't write off the fetch that he took. But then he said that he would scoop anyways, because we already had a draw or something, so it was really interesting. And like, he thought I was ahead. The Jason 7 counters. So yeah, he wasn't even that slow. He was a little bit slow though, but he is not the fastest player. But it was a free game match against blue. Free game match against 4 color. I did have fun in Copenhagen. I think much bad things can be said about the organizing of this tournament in general. And much of it comes to the extremely high cost of attending this tournament and playing in it compared to the prices. But yeah, I think that is unfortunately the world we live in.
He's a phenomenal
With
control
no
player.
wizards supporting the
It's
prices
been
for
a long day
tournaments
with
anymore.
you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. No, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Thanks for the sub, Johnstar. But yeah, in general, like the prices are worse. I think in large part because Wizards put down the support. I don't quite understand why the Europe tournaments are worse than the NA tournaments, because the NA tournaments have it better, and it does feel really bad then to play in the EU tournaments. But I don't know, did Wizards just give a shitter deal to Europeans because they hate Europeans? Maybe. Who knows? Okay, I'll put the numbers for you. The entire trip to Copenhagen I paid 23,000 złotych. My money total, I estimate around 3K PLN. What's your money total? The amount of monies you won. Run open qualifier round for Copenhagen. Context something. Let's see. No habla. Crack. Will he tap out? Or didn't tap out? Seems like a poor move. Crack. I did see tweets of people going free on their double up, getting 40 euros worth of prices back while paying $40 in the first place. Yeah, you pay for the experience. Has nothing to do with any regional bias. It's because Legacy bid super low in the reverse auction, and to recoup losses they charge like 5x the amount for the qualification slots. Okay. Why they do that? Just didn't like calculate. Oh yeah, well unfortunately the way to approach a double up if you like don't care about the experience of playing Magic the Gathering is to not play them.
He's a
So like, the pricing
phenomenal
is available
control
and it does
player.
suck. Which is
48.
unfortunate and
48
not
is the
based.
natural number following 47 and preceding 49. It is 1/3 of a gross, or 4 dozens. 48 is the double factorial of 6, 1, a highly composite number. 2, like all other multiples of 6,
Wow,
it is a
2 zero
semi-perfect
visions.
number. 3, 48 is the second 17-gonal number. 4, 48 is the smallest number with exactly 10 divisors. There are 11 solutions to the equation phi, x, equals 48, namely 65, 104, 105, 112, 130, 140, 144, 156, 168, 180 and 210. This is more than any integer below 48.
Yeah, well, you also got the invitation to Sofia also, which you probably ignored in your calculations too, but I'm not sure what's the EV of that. But yeah, that much is, I guess, was accentuated all the time that it was not supposed to be a way to earn monies playing Magic the Gathering. Did I meet any VIPs? I did not go to the VIP area. There is also a weird thing where it is not clear if this tournament is supposed to be a GP or a PTQ, and it is. I think most people have the expectation of a GP, and then it's like kinda more like a PTQ, but it's kinda in between. Did I enjoy the city? I've been to Copenhagen 2 or 3 times before. It's a nice city. Have lots of bike roads and seems in general kinda user friendly if you were living here. Where do I find prices for Sofia? That's a good question. The new GPs are called GP, right? There is no new GP, so they're not called that. Fourteenth place, Alex Campbell, Oragavan. Alright, 3 limited reborn, 1 solitude, 1 bulky. Interesting. You saw a naked man get wanked off in the middle of the street in Copenhagen. What did you do? Stop and watch? What sees for well, nice sideboard. Looks kinda interesting, this deck. Probably sucks a little bit, but it's a bit more fresh than regular 4-color, so that's why it is looking interesting. And it's probably Trump's 4-color. '15th place is at control. It's just Merktide, but it is an is it control deck. Then there was a hammer deck. Hammer. In general, there was, I think, a relatively low amount of random decks. I think I actually played against less random stuff than I do anywhere else. I played against 0 non-meta decks almost. Played against 4 or 5 Merktide, 4 4-color, 2 or 3 hammer, 1 red-black mid-range, I guess. The one with grief and the combat trick. I guess I played, red-green Ponza, so it was kind of a random deck, but also was one of my losses. My opponent afterwards told me that they lost to Merktide the day before tournament a lot, and then they added 4 dead gons to the sideboard, which were successful at bouncing my dragons. Dredge does qualify as a random deck for sure. I expect to go through most of my life not facing off against Dredge. It's interesting that Dredge reached this place. Paper is so far away from online in your honest opinion. I'm not sure what are you trying to say exactly. Twenty-first place Amulet Titan with Hydroid Krasis and 3 more Hydroid Krasis in the sideboard. Very based. Very nice decklist, Lewin Keller, except for Boros Garrison. Yeah, exactly. I don't think Dredge is incapable of top 32ing online. In fact, it does that every now and then. I think the meta is too much stuff for Amulet. I think Amulet is a tier 2 deck. Significantly and noticeably worse than the other decks that are in tier 1. Or in tier 0 like Blue Red Merctide. So you can play it, but it's gonna be a bit weaker. Unfortunately, the bot doesn't work today, so all the commands don't work. Phyrexian Crusader in the sideboard. Yeah, that for sure is gonna attack 5 times. Maybe 4 times with an ignoble hierarch involved. 5-10 is so low, so slow, so bad. I get it doesn't die, but I don't think it really works. Peter Wiener playing Vivian of the Hand, on the hand, excuse me. Nice deck list. Finest deck to medium. 26th place, Piotr Głogowski. Very nice deck list. 3 Channelers, 4 Ragabons, 3 Shredderinos, 1 Brazil, 3 Merctide Regents. Normal spells, Mishra's Bubble, 19 lands. Notably, I did not play... I did not play any Blood Moons or any Jaces. I played Alpine Moon and I enjoyed that card greatly against my 2 Hammer decks opponents. It's actually helpful card in there. So I think swings it by a decent amount, and the Blood Moon just would never worked for me, so. What beats creativity? Is it Merctide with Dragon Rage's Channeler? Does. It gets a little bit shaky if you don't have Channeler because you don't have threats in your deck, but if you do, creativity is in shambles. What's tier 1 right now? It's gonna be... I guess not Regent, because tier 0 is gonna be Hammer, say 4 color, Living End. Yeah, those decks. Kaniki, why 3 DRC? Because I wanted this amount of creatures. What kind of a question is that? Is that how did you not finish your playset to exactly 4 for aesthetic purposes? Or why are you playing as many as 3? Like, can you watch the interview with me on stream if I link you to it? No, I would rather not. You are too unpredictable. Is there a trend towards tier decks, either long term or due to COVID making more people pay attention to MGO results? Maybe COVID freezing it a little bit so that people didn't like play with their pet decks as much. I don't know. MH2 overhauling everything so that they're like better card decks are just better than other decks. Don't think 4 is the correct number. I had space for 3. Every single Dragon's Rage channeler is like there's nothing special about the 4th one, right? So I wanted like this amount of threads, but I wanted to fit the Brazil Borrower and I cut the 4th one. Because the Brazil Borrower is a really nice card for the mirror match. It kinda sucks overall though. I was wondering if the biggest difference from Kahira version of Ren Abandon Iteration X. The only reason to play Abandon Grove is to fuel Yorion. The card is not good by itself. Although the mana is very painful if you don't play Abandon Grove, so I guess that is not even true, but I think the card is not super justifiable other than that. Using Yorion is so broken just having 20 more cards. Yeah, well, that's the premise, right? Otherwise, what else? What other explanation would you have? It is obviously you add the 20 cards to play Arion. I think the Arion decks are at what they're doing. It's probably better for them to be a Yorion deck. But the Yorion deck is flawed and a passive control deck that does not always control the game well. Same would be true for a Kahira 4-color like value cards deck. Don't know if my question might be appropriate, but do I think this meta is healthier or worse than the last 2 years? I don't know. I just don't think about that often. It is a meta. People play cards. You play cards that you try to outposition your opponents with, or just play the good ones. That's it. I think it's a futile endeavor to try to spend too much brain power. Speaking of brain power, the song about whether it is, you know, healthier or less healthier meta. Like, yeah, you might enjoy it more, you might enjoy it less for like any reason. That's fine. I don't find that a fruitful endeavor, I guess. Can I ask you why you move away from 4-color staffs? It's because I have found the deck to be flawed. I have written about it, but the bot doesn't work. But I would link you my article about it on Hallelujah, where I explained, answer the question in detail. Unfortunately, as I said, the bot doesn't work right now. And now, like, I don't play them because it would be lame if I started playing them. Although, I could see, like, playing it sometimes. TBH, and that'd be, like, a good move. But, you know, But we're just not doing that on this stream. anymore.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Okay, I'll find a link for you. Okay, already someone found the article for you. Healthy format is when my deck is good, yeah. Healthy format is when dredge is the best, true. 3 living end, 4 living end, the sideboard. Sure. Seriously, when dredge is good, meta is fine. Yeah, I guess, true, no cap. I had a really interesting match on Sunday where I stole a current TGC with Monkey, fetched Hearth, used current to animate Hearth to kill an opposing current TGC. Eventually won cause opponent couldn't veil to protect Wormcoil because of their own Trini Sphere. Cool stuff. Does Karn's Plus override the text on Hearth saying that its power and toughness is equal to whatever it should be equal to? What's the biggest downside to 60 cards? You don't have Yorion. But it's also... Again, like the Yorion deck is not like a generally good deck. Like Ren iteration, it's not really a good deck. It's passive and it doesn't have answers to most of the stuff. Like it can... Like it's impossible to build as a good deck. It's clunky, it's bad to moon.
He's a
Yorion wasn't even
phenomenal
that popular in
control player.
Copenhagen.
Subscribing with my Twitch Prime so I can keep requesting Gachi.
Yeah. If you cut Yorion, you're auto-conceding the mirror. I think that's not even true because you're not auto-conceding the mirror. You're probably worse off in this matchup, but... Were you playing in any events on the Friday? The venue was complete hell. I didn't play anything on Friday. Why do you think it was hell? I did not experience it this way, but I only played the main event. And it was fine for me. What I don't really like about this meta is ephemerate, but might it be a necessary evil? Set thinly veiled Bentok. You won't win or snowball the game enough with the increased consistency. Eventually your own side just gets a free 5 for 1. No, that is not... I mean, it's true to an extent, but like a limited one. I know, last time I played a Kahira deck, I defeated Yorion with increased consistency. So, checkmate, bro. Was the organization pretty good in Copenhagen? The tournament flew pretty quickly. I was late for one of the rounds because I was taking a piss in the bathroom and I was 30 seconds late because of that after the round has already started. And the judge told me, were you pissing or shitting? And I said pissing, and he said, in that case, we get 1 extra minute. which was very nice. I thought I'm going to get a game loss. He didn't actually ask that. He just asked if I was in the toilet, to which I said yes. And I might have confabulated a little bit. That's not truly what happened. You regret not playing folklore in Copenhagen? Okay. Well, was I surprised I actually won it all? Not at all. Very few folklore in Copenhagen. I played against 4 because I got a draw first rounds. First round I played on the stream. Played against an opponent who I think was clearly not very familiar with playing paper tournaments. I'm not sure if they were familiar with playing like Magic in general or like played Modo or not, but in paper it seemed like it took them a little bit of a while to think through stuff, announce stuff properly, and a lot of time was wasted on that. And I unfortunately got a draw after the game was like no longer losable. And I was, I had a multi-region and a full hand, and my opponent was just chump blocking, and then finally I couldn't have found a board to finish them on the last turn. Or a second Merctite. So that was a little bit lame. They earned that draw hard, yeah. And when at the start of the match, my opponent sees my World Championship 2019 XXVI playmat and asks, "Oh, you are a pro player," and I say, "You could say that, yes." And then when they got the draw, my opponent like, what's the name of this gesture? It's like, yes. Was like visibly excited that they got the draw. So at least someone walked away happy from this match, so it didn't feel that bad. Fist bump, yeah. Yeah, I want to say fist bump, but it was a fist pump. Because I think my opponent was excited to get a draw, at least a draw against a pro player, because there was also like commented that I didn't make many mistakes, etc. So that puts me in the 4-color bracket, and the two of my next opponents put a humongous deck on the table like this, and I had to shuffle this shit. And interestingly, first of my 4-color opponents played both Cavern of Souls Elemental stuff and Dragavan main deck, which is interesting. Tell a story about a fun with Primeval Titan. Well, I had a fan came over and say, "Hi, I'm a fan of the stream. Will you sign my Primeval Titan?" I said, "Sure." So I did. I mean, that's what happened. But they specifically asked me to type X to write XD on the Titan too, so I wrote Canny XD. So that was pretty cool for them. I hope it's going to be the Primeval Titan they Summoners Pact for forever. Specifically going past the 3 other ones in their deck just to find a signed one and be like, yeah, can we XD Titan? And the opponent's gonna be like, damn, I can't respell it, and then the player is gonna be sad. See? The Primal Titan owner is in the chat, very based. Yeah, only one, not the full playset. Maybe it's like often it's the full playset, so and people want their cards signed however they want, so like the funniest thing was during a tournament, someone came up to me with a dress down and said, like, write something gachi muchi on it because get it, it's getting dressed down. And I said, take it, boy. And that was very funny too. So yeah, like if you build this deck with no 80 cards, I don't know, just no space for anything in this deck, and Teren, Teferi, Omnath. What if they're actually not good to play in 4 copies in a 60 card deck? What if their legendariness actually hurts you, right? Elementals had like 5% more win rate than non-elementals, by the way. Okay. Not against me. And then there is like some decks. Yorion. Esper Reanimator. Huh, blue-red. Esper Reanimator, huh? Golgari Yawgmoth. With 1 Magus. Tron. Oskar Christensen. Prison Tron, always based. Timur Tempo, alright, that's gonna be Rhinos. Yeah. Well, in that case, I will take a look at your deck list right now. Kahira Elementals Abundant. So I played Kahira Elementals recently even, and it's just not a good deck. The fuck? Counterspell? Ephemerate is not a good card against most of the top decks. It's a good card against decks that play creatures and no interactions, which is only Hammer. And to a lesser extent Amulet, Titan. So like what do you do Cat, Teferi and Ren in your decks? You're not even gaining stuff here. You do, oh my god. Don't gain as much from Ren if you draw few relevant cards when you don't have cycle lands or any other like value from Ren. Why is named Kahira? Because there's a Kahira in the sideboard. The big thing about why this deck is a little bit bad too is that it just runs. You only have 4 ways to remove a turn 1 Ragavan. And you either overload on that, and you have the proper amount of ways to remove a turn 1 Ragavan, but you suffer against anything else. Or you just don't have enough removal for a Ragavan, and you just lose to a Ragavan while you're on the draw, because solituting a Ragavan is almost as bad as just conceding. Well, it's not that bad, but it does lower your win rate significantly. Which, I don't know, maybe is a like problem in the format. It's definitely is a feature of the format, so that you can't build this deck to make sense against everything at the same time, because the Ragavan removal tax is very high, and you want to play Counterspell in your deck too. That is very costs both slots and the mana, painful. All the abundant, of course, you can help that, you can fix that. On top of that, Risen Reef is not a particularly good card in general. Unless you pair it with Ephemerate, which is not a particularly good card in general against most decks. And then, like, what Risen Reef opens up for you is the ability to play Cavern, which is actually a great card when you have enough elementals, but to play it, you have to play the subpar card, Risen Reef, which then is a little bit of a vicious cycle. And on top of that, you only get to fit 2 Cavern of Souls in your 22 land mana base, which it is good that you are exercising restraint and not trying to have too many Cavern of Souls in a mana base with Counterspell, Ladrami Skull, Lightning Bolt, Prismatic Ending, and Red and 6. But at the same time, just the variance of the power level of your Omnaths and Risen Reef is super high. And so it's just a Cavern of Souls. Just it's a very strong strategy, but it's also a very inconsistent one. I don't think Eladrami Skull is a good card either. It's pretty bad, and it's a card I would avoid playing as much as I can. Spending 2 mana to tutor is a little bit too high of a price. And it is already present in a deck that is very tempo playing from behind. Recent Reef's already a tempo black hole. Why not 4 caverns? Well, the 4 caverns do have a cost, right? Feels tough to pitch for Fury. It is tough to pitch for Fury, but also I would advise to not plan to pitch the elementals in general. Just like you do that when you're flooded with spells, because then that's effective, so it's fine then, but you don't actually need to like have more like pitches for Fury. It doesn't really make sense. Is it possible to build a version of 4 caverns that's viable? Well, I played a 60 cards Kahira Elemental Saga. I'm not sure if I deleted it. The way I made Ren work was with Wolf of Nissa, and that was actually pretty decent. But it was just a deck that had the same slew of problems as it always had. Like you not even good against blue-red properly, and because plenty of your cards are actually embarrassing against blue-red. And then on top of that, you're also kind of bad against everybody else for the basis of being very passive and having to work very hard for your wins. In practice, this deck is less bad than what I'm saying, but I think it is a bit bad. And I think all of those issues are hard to deal with. And I don't know how to fix them. They probably are not fixable. So they have just issues that you have to live with. If you are willing to live with them, then it might be a deck for you. I am not. So that's why I don't play those decks anymore. Let's take a look at the new cards. Although maybe in a while. Anything else that you want to say about Copenhagen? Best food you had in Copenhagen? We drove to Copenhagen. It was a car of me, TSP Endrek, and our 2 buddies. from Poznań, who are you're not going to know as they're not Magic the Gathering content creators, but other players. We drove through Germany to the city of Rostock, where we took a ferry to the city of Genser. I don't remember. And then we drove to Copenhagen to our hostel, which meant 2 hours of ferrying and 7 hours totals of tripping. Who was behind the wheel? The car was mine, so I was the one driving the entire road to Copenhagen. And then one of the other travel companions changed me behind the wheel when we were traveling back. Because for a few hours, because we were traveling during the night, which probably was better to just start returning on Monday morning, because driving through the night kind of sucks. Did you play MTG in the ferry? Yes, we did play MTG. What makes TNT so good against blue and Legacy but terrible in modern? I don't know. I don't know if it's even so good against blue and Legacy, but just look at the cards that are not available in Poland. No, in Poland, in modern. So yeah, so because we were driving, we also took food with ourselves, and TSP made pasta twice. Pasta with pesto, and then we bought some bacon, and it was good. But like, if you ask me about the best food in Copenhagen, I did not eat local food. No, actually, I did eat local food. I guess on well, local. We went to a Thai place on Sunday too, which was named Porn Sack, which was a weird name, an odd name for a restaurant, but they served decent food. Hey, happy to see you are back. Pretty nice result in qualification for Sofia. Thank you. I was actually already qualified for Sofia, but now I'm qualified twice. Thai food is pretty good. Yeah, it is good. It was decent. It was pretty good. Not like the best ever I have eaten, but pretty nice. Next time you go to Copenhagen, you should try the carrot cheesecake at Bertel's Saloon. It's quite a cozy place. Carrot cheesecake at Bertel's Saloon. I don't know what's Bertel's Saloon. I think I've had a carrot cake. Not sure of cheesecake exactly. It's nice. Can you give away your qualification for a random chatter? Only if you have drops enabled as a viewer. Imagine like qualifications for Sofia in the form of Twitch drops. So I also had a fuck up in the tournament. Day 1 I have won my last round. Then I inputted the score into MTG Melee, and I actually inputted it wrongly, which would meant that I was outside of the list of people who were supposed to qualify for day 2, and I was afraid they will tell me that I can't play. Although then I would use my social media to whine, and so I actually didn't fear that too much, because I have probably bigger social media than average, so I can use it to whine in a spot like this. So they fixed it. I don't know what they did, but given that the cutoff for day 2 was supposed to be at like 7-2 out of 9 rounds at first, but that would leave the day 2 way too small. They decided that it's going to be top 64 otherwise, which it was. So I wasn't like top 60. I was in the top 64 with my score. But that means that either day 2 was actually 65 players because they just added me on top of the 64 players who would have been qualified with my wrongly inputted result, or the 64 now 65th player showed up and was told that actually, bro, you didn't need to show up here. If I had to guess, I don't know, I would think they went with the 65 players, but that also makes somebody get a buy every turn, every round. Would I change anything in the deck? No, my deck was very functional. If you like Blood Moon and Jace and they play well for you, play those cards. But for me, they just sucked. And also, I learned that Subtlety is actually not particularly good in the mirror. I bought it in plenty of times, but it was useless. We just replaced the guy you gave your win with you and then changed tiebreaker muffs. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that's true. Kinda dig the moon cat, I followed you, yeah. I spent the 7 hours of driving to Copenhagen discussing the blue-red deck building with him, as he's very invested in not playing DRC, and like he likes Jace a lot, and he was telling me that I'm making a great mistake for not playing the Blood Moons and that I'm going to regret it, but then I didn't really regret it. And I was happy to have the DRCs. The extent to which they're bad against 4-color and the mirrors is just so overblown. You get to sideboard the card out anyways if you don't want to have it, and it's just a fine card that trades for a card. Like, how bad is it to trade for a card in the mirror match? Even if it's not like the top tier threat that's going to finish the game, it's fine. I bought out DRC in the mirror, and like one game I kept it on the play against the mirror, but I think I was on the draw in the mirror most of the times. But mostly I cut them because people had the 2 Harrises and it's bad to draw and they have Harris in play. And against 4-color I cut 1 because otherwise I didn't know what to cut, and I wanted to board out my like sideboard cards that I had for 4-color, but it's not that I actively disliked it. Were the cats happy to see you back? I think so, but you can never tell with those little bros. So I didn't even play against many random decks for the DRC is like tough, but just game 1, playing the DRC and pressuring the 4-color player, I don't know, just counter spell is so much better when instead of counter target spell, it says counter target spell, your opponent takes 3 damage, you surveil 1, right? That's just my idea. Makes it much easier for me to win. When I just trade cards, eventually I will run out of cards and die unless I draw like iterations. I have to say, after playing a bunch with blue-red, it is also... I felt for my opponents sometimes because the iteration chain, when it gets going, it's so subtly powerful. Look at 3 instead of look at 2 cards. But just finding all 4 iterations happen many times during the tournament. Yeah, DRC just makes people trade cards, makes your cards better when you draw them, and then if you trade for card, you play you play Murktide Regent after the cards are traded with one counter spell and it works. Their fault for not playing iteration, their decks, yeah, true, I guess. So imagine if they went with the initial idea, alleged idea of iteration looking at 4 cards. I'll just make it a tutor. So I guess good thing they didn't. But it does not read this way, right? It does not read this much better than just draw 2 cards. But it is. Look at the third card, it makes it so much better. Or maybe it does read for some of you, but not for me. Did I write down some sort of a sideboard guide? I didn't. My hot take is that iteration is overrated. Okay. Sure. Bubble makes it so much better. Well, iteration in 4-color, for example, is nowhere close to iteration in blue-red, right? But I do think this, like, I don't know. I do think this deck without iteration would be pretty significantly, like, it would have a bad 4-color matchup then. One blue, draw 2 cards, would that be better than iteration? And instant speed, possibly. It would be a bad deck, probably, yeah. Well, I could build with 4 Archmage's Charm. Which is the worst matchup for blue-red? I don't know. Blue-red is a tier 0 deck in Modern. It's really... It plays very tight games. It's really good. And like people will tell you they have a good blue-red matchup, which means that they win against the blue-red players they play against. Which is fine. And also allegedly has a 50% win rate, but I think it's the deck that is the most... It's like the Delver, like it's the same as Delver and Legacy now. I thought 4-color was a bad matchup. Yeah, like it kinda is, but also, again, I wrote an article on that. The ball is in Ragavan's card. With game playing, you can get there. Like Omnath is inconsistent at best. 4-color is inconsistent at beating 4-color, and 4-color is just legacy level consistent. Yeah, like Urza, Hammer, etc. Everybody can claim to have good matchups. Like, definitely there are draws from Hammer that, like, again, it's just a consistency thing because Murktide, especially if you play DRCs, is just a very consistent deck. You just draw what you need all the time. And the Hammer deck, I had my opponent go turn 1 Saga, Springleaf Drum, Memnite, Esper Sentinel, right? So like, yes, in this game, the Hammer deck is favored. Like, it's probably 90% favored after this start on the play. But overall, it's just a much less consistent deck because you don't draw this hand often enough to win. I do think Hammer is like overall a bit of a tough matchup. It's easy to lose. I did like wins 1-1-1 against Hammer, I think. Although I would have won, I guess, against the draw game. So it's just exactly like in Legacy, the cheap interactive cards that trade, and then like great threats and consistency, and with iteration also card draw. And that's why Make Like Legend is just a tier 0 deck of Modern. And it's not that it just like mindlessly crashes everything, but it's just a tiny but noticeable bit better than every other deck. That's my take on Modern's, I guess, state. That's why I played Blue Red myself. When I played in this tournament, I decided, yeah, I would like to try to win. For me, the current Blue Red killer is Blue Eyed Urza with P-Hole and Sentinel, also with Relic and Spellbomb main. Sure. It's also a less consistent overall, like... Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. I guess it's... I will not claim that your deck does not have a good matchup against Blue Red. It probably does. But, you know, there's also the thing with the Yorion decks. They often are not really... They're touted as the blue-red killers often, but they're not really being built with the to maximize their anti-blue-red aspect. First, because it would just end up with a deck that's just really bad against everybody else, I think. So in the attempt to try to cover all the other matchups, you see cards like Ephemerate, right? Really bad against Blue Red. Fury, quite bad. Eternal Witness, quite bad. Endurance, medium. Coatal, the one card that's actually matches up great against 4-color, and that drawing multiples of actually influenced the game in your favor significantly. Like March of the Otherworldly Light, unplayable. Prismatic Ending, unexciting. Counterspell lacking in the matchup. Eldrami's Call, a straight up liability. Like the 4-color deck is like split half and half between trying to beat Blue Red and trying to beat other decks, and that's also the thing. What do I think of the Living End matchup? I feel that it can get difficult when they have Grease/Force backup so often. Yes, it can be difficult. Some of their hands can be difficult to beat, but again, Blue Red is the more consistent deck, and it finds more protection, and Living End finds ways to punch through protection. That's my experience from both sides. In my experience, every card you are describing won me lots of games against Blue Red, so how can I analyze this in your view? What do you mean? You're saying that March of Otherworldly Light won you games against Blue Red or Eldrami's Call? Or Fury or Eternal Witness or Ephemerate? The Blue Red is matchup is a matchup about trade, like it's a game about trading cards, so you're going to trade cards often. The reasons why I don't like Ephemerates, Marches, Calls, etc., right, is that I don't like them. I don't like them at they don't interact at favorable rates. So in general, if I were to build a anti-blue red deck, I would not include those cards in my deck, I think. I would... That's what I'm saying. A card being weak is also not a card being useless, but I think... Which I think is frequently lost in Magic discussions. You'd hear us people saying X is good in the matchup, but it's a bit tougher. But yeah, I also like playing Living In. I don't feel favored against Blue Red, and playing Blue Red, I do lose to Living In sometimes, but I don't feel unfavored against them. So what are lists at Copenhagen? Not found. Maybe one of those will work. Maybe it will. So those are my Copenhagen trip descriptions and my thoughts, I think. Let's look at the deck list from the challenge. Challenges. All I know is that I'm EXO against Blue Red, so I'll keep doing Yorion stuff. Sure, if it works for you, then you don't need to like listen to me and say, okay, I will not stop doing what works for me because Cancer told me so. Absolutely fine to just continue. Like maybe you have a better idea on how to use some cards that I am failing to use effectively, but what I can give to you is to describe my experience, and it's based around like many games played and thinking about the game, and I think a decent overall understanding of the game, but it does not, of course, mean that you should drop everything you believe in and just like Spirit Direction, One Blood Moon. Sure.
He's a phenomenal control player.
PogChamp.
I think I liked Upbraid. I destroyed Unlicensed Hairs with it twice or something and it was nice. This is a list, I would say. Yeah, I'm not saying that you're trying to discredit me. I'm just telling you that you should do what you like find to work for you. Mana Traders _ Adrian. What the fuck? Thank you for the sub. Now it's Adrian. So the modern challenge was won by Merktide. Not Merktide. 4 color. Merktide lost with DCRs. Yawgmoth. Dunkers Blue Red is really something. Seems fairly normal to me. I know, sir, the Legacy Challenge finals playing out too old. With lethal on the board, game 2. Do you still want to split? No, bro. Serum Visions for Delirium. Oh, I see. I think the instant speed of Consider is significantly stronger than Serum Visions. Sorceriness. But I can understand the desire to play a bit more sorceries. I would not do that myself though, but... Liliana of the Veil, already showing the new artwork, damn. Knight's Whisper. I like DT's Chogmoth list, looks clean. Looking clean is something that looks attractive to our fallible, gullible human minds. Does not actually mean that the list is well built, but it does look clean, which does look pleasing. Ooh, break the ice, see? That's why I play non-snow islands in my deck. Actually, on the subject of Serum Visions, I've been trying to make the case for Sleight of Hand over Serum Visions. Personally, I think that Serum SE... Serum... What is SE? Serum Visions probably. SV, yeah. Well, consider as a weaker contributing effect than Sleight of Hand even. Put a cantrip in the yard because they threat and run into land number X too many times. Sure, I also casted at instant speed many times when I kept up a bolt or counter spell, then I wouldn't have cast it. Which means that the Serum Visions actually cost you much more mana over the game. So now they found a sorcery speed cantrip much. Well, why do you put the cantrip into your graveyard? Four persist, one transmogrify, creativity, Grixis cards. This is the decklist that people ask me a lot about. When I was talking about creativity and people were like, oh yeah, you mean the Grixis version? I'm, well, what? What Grixis version? That's it. I guess you fetch Xander's Lounge into something else and then you do stuff. Yagmoth, another Grixis, no, Death Shadow, lol. True, but with Shredder we are often trying to connive on our turn. Yes, well that is a reason. Well, connive is... Consider is not worse at all at enabling you to connive on your turn, right? I guess it's worse in that it's like you gain the lesser effects of consider, but it's not even, I guess it's not even lesser than, it gives you a card in the graveyard, so it's not even lesser than Sleight of Hand. But I appreciate the innovation nonetheless, I guess. Even if I don't sympathize with the way to build. I think Unlicensed Hairs is a card that is really hard to play more than one copy of. It's kinda cumbersome. I think I would never play two Unlicensed Hairs again. I played just one, it was exactly nice to draw sometimes. And then it hits the graveyard and goes rolling, but it's typical like 2 mana do nothing card sometimes. It's less do nothing than others because it is a vehicle that cruise, but I've been happy playing exactly one. I'll play exactly one both Grixis and Blue-Red. Did I find more success with more aggro draws or grindy draws? I think the games where I lost, it was mostly when I didn't draw iteration, but I didn't get like overrun super quickly. So I guess I found more success with the grindy draws, if you want to interpret it this way. Zorius, Hammer Time, Archon Regent, Amulet. Let's check Amulet. It has blue, so it has Kurazis. So seeing the Krasis list in a few places. I will be writing a sideboard guide for Amulet because it won the... Oh, I got a message from Dan Bobs that MTG bot should be up shortly, which is very nice. The tough part said if you manage to get yoked down with creatures to sack, you are already probably winning. Getting yoked plus Hapatra just so tough. Yeah. You don't even tutor for the Hapatra, so you're relying on drawing it too. Right? Kind of tough to... Like, doesn't really make a difference as a tutorable card, so... You're relying on drawing it, which is not bad, but then you draw it, and then by itself it is a creature that for 2 mana that trades 1 for 1 with removal spells, so it's nothing special. It's nothing special on that. In that sense. Just heck like one Undying Evil. Or they play Undying Evil. Why is it Undying Evil just better than Feign Death? Why do we play Feign Death? It returns stopped, but Undying Evil. Oh, because it already has a counter, it doesn't work. Okay, that's why it's worse. That's why Undying Evil is only ×1. Makes sense. Undying Evil was bad. Damn. It seems fairly similar. What is part of that card out? I mean, it seems like identical to other cards, but... Probably you should board out the other ones if you board out the tricks. Just the strategy is not all that sound. The Undying Malice, like the turn 1 Grief combination is nice, but not always. You do trade free for free. So you just don't really pull ahead necessarily. It's not like you like auto win. It's good against a combo deck. When you trade for specific cards and then you need to have a follow-up too, which is also not a given. So this deck does not seem sound to me at all. If it had Yeah, I wouldn't say that. It had like an iteration to pull ahead afterwards, but then it's also like bad iteration deck with 5 drops and 4 drops. And 3 drops, so it's a pretty bad iteration deck. I've seen the deck that Spike was playing. I didn't have much thoughts about it. But I guess I did just say I have a thought about iteration maybe in this. If you really just relies on your opponent playing into it. Well, you can pitch the cards, but pitching is not like the deck is also built on the premise that you're going to pitch cards, and that pitching mechanic is just not so good. And the elementals are actually good in decks where you hardcast them 3/4 of the time and you pitch them when necessary. How hard do these decks scoop to Core Sanctifier? You have Liliana. Pretty hard. Grief has Menace, so you can play a little bit with that. Urak can attack through it. It's not that hard. Flawless can kill it, so you don't lose to it, but it's a bit tough, of course. You have some tools to fight through it. But yeah, it's also no cantrip 22 land deck. It's both easy to flood and easy to get mana screwed, I think. How hard do these decks scoop to Karn the Living Legacy? I don't know if they do. Probably not, like... What's Generic Ragabal? Ooh, Sprite Dragon. Interesting. What do you mean no cantrip? 3 Pyromancers, 1 Night's Whisper. Pyromancer is not a card you use to help hit your land drops because it is not a land drop. It is for 3 mana already. So I mean the low land counts. I guess 5 MDFCs. 3 mana creeper, 1 spike field. It's like 22 lands, and then also always need to hit 3 or 4 lands to play, really. Which is a bit of a tough. Hello, how would you rate LMS Copenhagen from tournament organization point of view? Well, the main event was a fun to play, and it was smooth, and it's mostly visible clocks from like all places in the hall. I guess that's thanks to it being small. I guess the weather was not super hot, but the hall didn't have AC, but it was relatively nice because the doors were open at all times. So it was ventilated in this way. So I had a good time playing the main event. It was just that the price is kind of low per the price of the tournament. I won a promo foil Nyctos, a entry fee for Paris, which I'm not gonna use. $200 and half a box of New Capenna. They had a giant Tasha on the price wall, but it was... I would need to like pay 1000 zlotys for it on top of what I already had, which I found cringe. And also, even if she's a pretty witch, then she also has the text that she can be your commander, so I actually wouldn't want that on my wall, so I decided against it. It's like also for each opponent. Yeah, come on, bros. Okay, so we looked through Saturday, Monday, Modern Challenge, and Sunday. We've got Hammer winning. Feels like everything has been ironed out. Calibrated blast again in the top ace. It's kind of insane that it gets there. Great meeting you this weekend, sir. Yeah, it was very nice. I met the Will Hall AXP who runs the coverage stream. Pretty nice guy. So it was pretty cool overall. It was also just very nice to go and play cards. Wow, 4 spell pierce. Turn the earth. Flashback 1G. Free target cards in graveyards. That's anti-living end because you just can't play normal graveyard hates. So you just play Turn the earth. You shuffle their cyclers. Damn. Honestly, it's probably kinda okay. Let's flashback against Grief too. So I don't hate. I've wondered about this as an option for Amulet Titan because I wanted specifically an instant or a sorcery, so I can be can't be exploited by boarding out Force of Negation and keeping in Foundation Breakers and Subtlety and getting wrecked all the time. Since flashback irrelevant, we'll get forced anyways. It is an instant, so it is not going to be forced every time. Yeah, second place of course Murktide Regent. Chandra Wake Inferno. I can't look at this and not cringe. 2 sub, 2 fury. Wow. It's a lot. No Shadders too. Yeah, Shredder is... The Shredder meme is pretty funny. That card is quite strong, but it is overrated. It is a 2 cost power level creature, but it's not more than that. Yeah, I think this might be actually better than Leyline, Turn the Earth. I think I thought about it, but not very hard. Kinda like it. The Leyline, you know, high variance card. And if you make them board in Foundation Breaker and still... Have I thought of sideboarding out shares against 4 color? They always seem underwhelming. Post board, interesting. Not quite. They've been pretty decent for me, but they're not super there, yeah. I'm not sure if they get better, worse passport though. I think they don't really get worse. Unless you like want to keep up mana more. I don't know. No, so I failed to construct a convincing argument as to why it's worse passports against 4-color. Alright, bros, song requests are open. Yes, there will be Amulet gaming today because I will be writing a Amulet deck guide probably around Thursday. Friday it will be released. So I wanted to try Scape Shift too. Which I think is a little bit of a meme, but just have to try it. Got some collaborative gaming as well? No. What is AR? Hex Parasite. Nice. Power Conduit. The Flame of Keld. Imagine if the Flame of Keld... Chat, if the Flame of Keld had the mechanic read ahead, would it be better or worse? I think quite a bit better, yeah. Because he would just skip the first chapter, which is pretty negative. How could it be worse? Exactly, that's the trick in the question. It's just an exercise for the chat. If the meta wouldn't have blue-red, would Kratos still be played in Amulet? No. I think I would play Eldrazi's against 4-color. More so. Although... Or like... Colossus. This is... Power Conduit. Remove a counter from a permanent you control. So just keep drawing 2. So... How does it work exactly? If you remove a counter from a saga, it does not trigger, right? Because it only triggers when you put the counter on the saga, right? So like when you put a lore counter on the saga, so you hit the second chapter and then you just remove it down to 1, and then next turn the ability is gonna trigger. And with Urza Saga you just do that, but from on the third ability you remove the counter from it. But if you remove like the third counter, the second ability doesn't trigger again, right? Or you Fable and you trigger the... Make more shamans, I guess. It's pretty fun, I guess. Do hast. Ugh. I'll be back in a minute, bros. Yeah, the sagas only sacrifice themselves when you resolve the last ability. So you get to search for 1-drops. Tale of Industry, yeah, was not so good. It's not castable from Moon and it's not really a threat with many upsides. And it's also like the type of a card that does not necessarily beat your opponent when you resolve it, so that's what makes it bad, right? You need the threats to be like the difference between that and Krasis, that Krasis draws you into the threats that actually beat your opponent, which is the Titan and the Dryad. Or like, I guess Colossus also beats your opponent, or Emrakul against 4-color. Alright, let's take a look at the new cards. Unfortunately, they never spoil cards in English, but rather in random languages, so that we don't know what they do. So many cards. I need to look at them. Spooky artwork. Warhammer 40k Commander decks, the Swarm Lord. Legendary creature, Tyrannid. Rapid regeneration. The Swarm Lord enters the battlefield with 2 counters for each time you've cast your commander from the command zone this game. Why is that rapid regeneration? That it grows? Whenever a creature with your control of a counter on it dies, draw a card. Damn, that definitely feels like a Tyrannid. Xenos coming. It does seem to say that, yeah. Maybe I should go to Scryfall, but wait, is it normal cards or fucking commander cards? No, normal cards, good. Not many cards see modern playable TBH. Get used to it. That's what Modern Horizon sets to the format. I don't think if I click the scroll button, it actually does what you say it does for me. And maybe you're right. How to tell the commander cards apart? Okay, commander. Let's look at the commander cards because they have some nice rainbow ones. Orca Siege Demon. Orca had a card, right? In like the shit legends. Primal Spawn. 5 and then 5 colors. Creature avatar. If Primal Spawn would enter the battlefield and it wasn't cast or no mana was spent to cast it, exile it instead. Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink. Can you like dress down it somehow into play still? When it leaves the battlefield, exile top 10 cards from the library. You may cast a number of spells on level 10 of them. And paying their mana cost. It's kinda lame. I don't know, maybe. When attacks, draw 2 cards, 6 mana, flying menace haste. Unite the coalition. 7 mana, choose 5. You may choose to summon more than once. Face out, draw card. Exile graveyard. I will exile your graveyard 5 times. 2 targets, 2 damage to target, destroy any number. Wow, it's so weak. 7 mana? So what's 7 mana, draw 5? I guess. Like 10 damage. Yeah, I guess it's flexible. Yeah, I know those are commander cards, but I'm looking at the 5 colors. Destroy each creature that isn't all colors. Okay. Because the commander is 5 colored, right? Insect Assassin. Egg counter on a target creature with an egg
He's a
counter on
phenomenal
it.
control
Wow.
player.
Hey Canny, how are you today? Pock Pikachu.
There's some wasps that lay eggs in the bodies of other alive insects. I guess that's what Xira does too. And then when the small wasp hatch, they kill the host. Bladewing, Deathless Tyrant. Rip Bladewing. He was alive last time, right? Bladewing the... Wait, there was Bladewing the Risen. That's how I remember Bladewing the Risen. It's not the same Bladewing. This fucking artwork. I like how the tongue is skeletonized. Gerard's Hourglass Pendant. The player will begin next turn and play skips. 4 tap, exile Gerard's Pendant, return the battlefield, tapped all artifacts, creature, enchantments, and land cards were put in the graveyard, put from the battlefield this turn. Why is that Gerard's thing? Rasputin. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. She da da na 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 na. Da da na na na. Coś tam, do. When Rasputin the Oneir Romancer enters the battlefield, put a dream counter on it for each opponent you have. Sure. This is my Rasputin. 6 mana, put 7 counters when brought into play. You may remove a counter to prevent 1 damage to Rasputin or add 1 colorless to your mana pool. This ability is played as an interrupt. 4 power, 1 toughness. Put 1 counter on Rasputin during your upkeep if he started the turn untapped. You may not have more than 7 of these counters on Rasputin at any time. Base card. Alright, let's look at the actual cards printed in the set, non-commander ones. Because if I speak too much of
He's a
commander,
phenomenal control
will
player.
be called out
Free
by
to buy a
the
Sandrian.
people I don't want to be called out by. The commandees. When you cast a creature spell, put a counter on Curion Beastcaller. Okay, so it's Curion like the Curion Dryad. When you cast a creature spell, okay. When it dies, put counters on target creature control amongst any number of target creatures control. Seems not too bad, but not a modern card. Not a modern card whatsoever. But I don't know, is it a Pioneer card? Is that hardened scale stack? I guess there isn't because they banned Ballista. Maybe with hardened scales it's not too bad. Maybe it is a Yorvo deck card, yeah. It's probably a Yorvo card for Pioneer. Pretty nice, like you can put some counters on the elves, make them into threats again. You can cast many elves and it triggers, and it is a like 4 power. It's a 2-drop for when they kill your elf. Good stuff. Rona, Sholdred's Faithful. What is she doing in the artwork? Making Sholdred? His body? I don't know. You should rejoice in your great fortune. Not everyone was given the gift of completion. Okay. When you cast an additional sorcery, each opponent loses 1. You may cast Rona from your graveyard by discarding 2 cards in addition to paying its other costs. Who's Rona? Rona is a disciple of Jix from the Dominarian last set. What a boring fucking card. This is uncommon, I don't know. You can cast it from your graveyard. It doesn't seem that boring. Jodak's Codex. 5 mana, 5 tap, draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each basic land type among lands you control. Expensive to cast, but 0 mana to draw a card every turn. I mean 5 mana for a Phyrexian Arena, kinda tough. Do I know the
He's a
lore canny to
phenomenal
an
control
extent?
player.
Something nice stream, thanks, love.
Gorgeous art, smiley face. Arcane Encyclopedia is cheaper, but you need to pay 3 every time. In Pentacolor this could be better. Yeah, well put. Even in draft 5 mana, 2 nothing is a tough sell through. Thank you for the resub, Sora. CH. Literally a book. Defiler of Flesh. As an additional cost to cast black permanent spells, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost black less to cast if you pay life this way. This effect reduces only the amount of black mana you pay. Is this really the best way to phrase this ability? Because it feels to me like it's quite inelegant, but maybe you can do it better because of the rules of casting stuff. But first, this effect reduces only the amount of black mana you pay. Seems redundant and unnecessary. I get it's there for clarity, but it's like it is clear from the first 2 phrases. Doesn't Coercive Portal let you draw an extra card per turn and only costs 4 mana to cast? Well, Jodak's Codex draws when it enters immediately. Also, it's not legal anywhere. Isn't that Phyrexian mana by definition? I mean, yeah. Whenever you cast a black spell, target creature you control gets +1/+1, gains menace until end of turn. This seems pretty terrible. Can cast black permanent spells for 1 mana. It's a horror, so thing in the ice isn't bounce it through. But the effect is pretty weak. WTF, you give blue and green powerful abilities on this cycle, yet white and black get completely shafted? WTF, you do that? What the hell? Who was gonna think about poor white color? And black? The cost of this card is 2B and 1 Phyrexian, right? Well, no, it does not affect itself. Juniper Rrrder. Rrrder Rootweaver. Limited common. Jaya's Fire Nado. It looks weird. Limited removal. Hothy the Gene. If folks start playing the files and Phyrexian mana becomes a big part of the format, is Yasharn poised for a big comeback and a big price spike? Yes. This is not a financial advice stream, by the way. Power is equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard, and instant sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less. Interesting. It can't be a modern card, so... Can it be a pioneer card? Unlikely, I think. Male presenting nipples, safe for Tumblr. True. Serra Paragon, 2 white. Mythic rare, so good. Once during each of your turns, you may play land or cast a permanent spell mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. If you do, it gains, when it puts into a graveyard, excel and you gain 2 life. Once again, this can't be a modern card, but it is a card advantage source. It works worse with Mishra's Bauble than a Lurus would. You can play lands though, which is pretty nice. And if you can play Mishra's Bauble, you'll immediately get down a card, but... Too bad it says or. Still a really good card though, damn. Isn't it crazy that because of power creep we look at a card like this and go, meh, maybe it's good for standard if it's lucky? No, not at all actually. TBH, I much prefer the modern play of MTG. Old Magic was very much focused on counterplay rather than play, and not playing the game was never my thing. Bigger, scarier creatures means more things you have to counteract, which means the board is more active and less reactive. Damn. Pioneer Angels tier 1. Yeah, I guess it's an angel for the Pioneer Angel deck, and that deck has things that die. If 5-color decks become a thing, this could be strong with Field of Ruin. Sure. You think Martin Dragaset's prediction is true? I guess it's only true if 5-color decks become a thing, so... This is... Maybe I'll play... Maybe they will play it in the Pioneer deck, yeah. I thought the Pioneer deck was a company deck, wasn't it? But... Serra Paragon cannot loop anything every single turn as the things exile themselves, although you gain 2 life. Phyrexian Espionage. And say bird with eyes. Even if they're hunting for sleeper agents, who looks twice at a bird? Rona. Draw 2 cards. If the spell was kicked, each opponent discards a card. Solid Divination for limited. Everyone would look twice at that bird. Alright, Matthew Bodden Miller, you become the new James. I mean, it is a pretty weirdly looking bird. Stan Paranoid Partisan. When it ETBs, choose a card type other than creature or land. Spells you cast of the chosen type cost 1 less to cast. Sure. It's like instant only or sorcery only. Enchantment's cheaper, yeah, seems kinda whatever. Kicker in this set is really weird. You normally use it to scale spells in the late game, but now it's just there to see how many colors you can play. Yeah, it's interesting approach. Destroy target tapped creature for one mana. This is tapped creatures, so only, yeah, limited, only like standard at best, probably not even. It'd be quite decent at instant, maybe. Maybe not, still tapped. Bog Badger, Creature Badger. Creatures you control gain menace, wow. Lagomos, Hand of Hatred. So Lagomos is this. Not to be confused with the guy standing here, right? Because he's the Hand of Hatred. So like he's like the lava hand reaching out. Tap, search your library for a card, put into your hand, and shuffle. Activate only 5 or more creatures died. Beginning of combat, make a 12-1 red elemental creature of trample and haste, sacrifice it. I mean, 5 creatures is a lot, so. I mean, they new hex, but kills 5 things called pens, sure. Blood for the blood god, sure. This is absurd, and I love it, sure. Dial Freak. Anyone looking for an Umbral Mantle? How about Darkseid player in a board wipe? Staff of Domination, Ashen Altar and tokens? Listen, pick a combo and go for it, kid. I ain't god all day. Damn, role player. Thornbite Staff. I don't know what Thornbite Staff does. I did talk about the Blue-Red deck listen even at the beginning of the stream, yes. But it was rather simple. I guess I just said I didn't play Blood Moon and Jace because those cards underperformed for me, but I'm not telling everyone to not play them if they perform to them. Thornbite Staff 2, Tribal Artifact Shaman. Shaman equipment. I guess it makes sense if you read them types together, but it is pretty funny that the staff is a shaman. This creature deals 1 damage to any target, 2 tap, and whenever a creature dies untap this. I have to pay 2 mana, that sucks. I guess whenever a creature dies untap this creature and you just kill 5 creatures and then it tutor many times. What do I think of the goblin? Mind nuts, these. 1 air, creature, goblin, warrior. Other goblins you control get +1/+1. When Runvald Horde Master or other goblin you control dies, exile a top card of your deck. If it's a goblin creature card, you may cast that card until the end of your next turn. This is rather powerful. But the thing that until the end of your next turn. Damn, that's actually pretty long. It's a 1/1. But it doesn't really matter. Like the goblins, the goblins that are needed for the goblins deck would be 1-drop goblins. There is no 1-drop goblins that do anything, so I guess this makes Scarecrow Spectre significantly better, so maybe it lets you play more Scarecrow Spectres to play more goblins. So maybe it's actually quite good for the goblins deck and makes the goblin decks good. The goblin deck is kinda close to being decent. It's just that the 1-drop options are not so good. I think if goblins got a 1-drop option that's actually matches up well against Ragavan, then they could play. What format are you talking about? There is a modern goblin deck that's like tier 2. They have Mog Fanatic though. Yeah, well, Mog Fanatic doesn't match up real well against Ragavan. It trades 1-for-1. Like Mog War Marshal matches up real well against Ragavan, but costs 2 mana. Because Mog Fanatic is not a card you want to ever play past turn 1 against the Ragavan deck. That's kind of the thing, right? Like, what matches up real well against Ragavan is Arboreal Grazer, Hard Evidence, or Young Wolf, or Memnite. TBH Goblins has a pretty good matchup versus Monkey decks. I don't know. I think not in the games where the monkey is involved. Don't all Gobo 1-drops block Ragavan? Well, just blocking Ragavan, but you can get killed, and then you don't block. It's not a favorable exchange. You need like favorable exchanges to actually say that you beat Ragavan. Because if you're on the draw, you play 1-drop, it gets killed, you get Ragavan, it's just like kinda... You will block the Ragavan eventually, sure bro. But you will die to the flyer. Which the Ragavan enables you to have twice as much mana, etc. Right? So you still die to Ragavan even if you block the Ragavan eventually. So like let's say you would have a goblin for 1 mana, 1 red mana, and it would make another goblin 1/1 on ETB. That would be a card that is good against Ragavan. Because it actually matches up powerfully against it. See, I don't think that... I mean, I don't know. And again, like, it's the Ragavan deck, you say, and then it's not obviously that you block the Ragavan in the game, it's over, you won. It's like the fact they have the rest of the cards too, but they also have the Ragavan, and you have to contend with that. That's literally what is the modern format right now, that you have to have the appropriate amount of Ragavan cards with good Ragavan matchups as early as turn 1 on the draw. And that's like where everything stems from. What's on that goblin enabling something in Pioneer? I don't know how many goblins are in Pioneer, so I'd really need to make a search to say anything about that. 4 mana uncommon, defender, support, sure, whatever. Vodalian Mindsinger. Oh, I'm fucking coming, bros. Gain control of target creature of power less than Medallion's Slinger for as long as you control Medallion main singer. Kicker for 5 mana, it's 4/4. For 7 mana, it's a 6/6. Oh, it's pretty powerful. Good with Lords, true. Looks like a card that you could potentially play in a Merfolk deck, yeah. Which is weird because this is a Merfolk creature type riding a Kavu. Yet we have a Leech type mount that is ridden by a Homarid. True. But yeah, you can use Lords to steal things. Like, it is like at its best against green decks, I guess, that don't have much removal because otherwise it can be killed and nothing happens. Why is this a mythic? Damn. Why does it say Lotus? That's 5 mana, not 3. Goblin is really strong, right? It seems like a strong goblin, but as I said, it does not seem for me that it is fundamentally changing the goblin things. Karn Silex. ETB is the battlefield tapped. Players can't pay life to cast spells or to activate abilities that aren't mana abilities. X tap, exile Karn Silex. What is a Silex? This was an old artifact. Golgothian Silex. Which was a super strong artifact that did some stuff. And then Urza and Misha did something with it. I don't know what exactly. It's can cast it with Misha's Workshop and Legacy, and then people can play Force of Will or use Bolas's Citadel. And then you can also use it to destroy things, which is interesting. Also no fetch lands, yeah. But besides that, I think it's mostly that. This counters Force of Will and Vantage, yeah. But also it gets countered by Force of Will and Vantage, so it goes both ways. Probably stops a few other things. Then you can activate it to kill your Saga tokens in shops. Yeah. Well, you can kill things that are tough to deal with otherwise. For example, Oath of Druids typically has a good matchup against shops because Oath can be killed. This is a removal spell that can kill Oath. So maybe it's not the worst in shops. Will the seaplane Karn's Wishboard? It enters the battlefield tapped, so probably not in real formats. Stops Yagmoth 2, damn. True. Creatures you control get +2/+0. Okay. Batteria I device Stranne Oblivion Stone? Question mark. Very good question. 1 damage to any target. What is the origin of Cyclops? It's like a big human with one eye. Seems just worse than having two eyes. What would be the evolutionary reason to only have one eye? Why is having two eyes optimal, not three eyes? I guess it's unlikely that both of them get destroyed, so you just have... And like you get two eyes, and with two eyes is enough to get a depth of vision. Yeah, that probably two is optimal, like energy. Energy. Elephant schools. Mmm. This makes so much sense. So an elephant has like big space, looks like it's a Cyclops school. Interesting. That's probably the origin. Damn, we learned something today. Once you have genetic code for 1A, you copy it for the second, yeah. Since bilateral symmetry is a thing, I'll need to Google exactly that. Are there many animals with 4 eyes? I guess you just need the, like, that's why the bodies are symmetrical, right? It's just to have less code, genetic code necessary to make them. And like the now, yeah, you get depth of perception with two eyes, and like you get the benefit of having the second one if one stops working with just two, and it's just unlikely that you lose two eyes and like are supposed to continue living and spread your genetic code. So makes sense. Ratataradict of Urborg. Vigilance Ward 2. Other zombies have vigilance. Insane. Whenever another legendary creature you control dies, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's not legendary and it's a 2/2 black zombie in addition to the other color and types. So you cast an Uro after you cast Ratadrabig of Urborg, and you make a 2/2 black zombie Uro. More realistically with Croxa, because Uro... Is Uro banned in Pioneer? It has to be, right? Otherwise it would be played in Pioneer. Yeah, probably Uro deck would be a decent option in Pioneer otherwise. Token is sacrificed too, though, that is true. I mean, it's a 4 mana. It has ward too, so it's not absolutely like just waiting here to die. It has the ward too. Maybe there's some combos. What's a good way to repeatedly make a creature legendary? Almost like a Carlyle of Singularity exists, smiley face. Damn. Almost like it does. Am I supposed to fucking remember that? So you go some sack outlet, Leyland Singularity, and you kill. Ward 2 is a great way to somewhat improve clunky cards. Yeah, I think Ward with cards that need to stay on the battlefield to gain value is really nice design, and it kind of opens up some cards that are not necessarily ETB effects. This card comes with Phage, so that you die. Funny. For example, Graveyard Trespasser is a really nice card with Ward. Let's say a Ward that is card, not mana. But it's a creature that whose value just stems from being in play and dealing damage, but the ward also makes it good enough to be actually playable, which I think is really nice. And I think the ward discarded card could be used like in some nice ways in some other spaces. Does that do anything? Maybe it does. To be very bad about that ability, I think. Exactly. Which is why it's an example of a good one. This could be a way of getting around casting legendary zombies with Necro Duality in play. Even better with Anointed Procession out as well in Varina EDH. Okay, Varina EDH, bros. Yeah. Colossal Growth. Haha, Colossal Growth. Get it, bros. I streamed for almost 3 hours. I haven't played a game yet. I forgot to play games. Shit. It's fine. Just chatting. I guess should change the category to that. Colossal Growth, +3/+3. If the spell was kicked instead, that creature gets +4/+4 and 2 Ramble. Sure. Whatever. Queen Alenal of Raudach. Nice names. It's uncommon. If one or more creature tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 white soldier creature tokens are created instead. Wow. Zombie could be really cool with Giruda. Well, if you hit Giruda with it, rather, if you hit it with Giruda, then you stop Giruding for the turn, so it does not really function, right? In the traditional Giruda dumb clone stack, so you need to have it beforehand in play. Maybe. It's fine that it can make copies of itself, right? That are not legendary. Goblin. Ruling Mons. Damn, is that like another one in the bloodline of Mons? Why does this not read when one or more creature tokens are created, make a 1/1 token? The way it is written right now, it doubles with, I don't know, doubling season. But it still doubles with double season if it says it the way you do. Well, no, with your wording, SRGO now, it loops, right? And it just continues making tokens because it just made a token. So I guess that's why it doesn't say so. Whenever ruling monster attacks, look at the top card of your deck. If it's a land, you may put it onto the battlefield top pad. If you didn't put a card on the battlefield this way, create a goblin. Sure. I guess it was an uncommon. Draw a card for blue mana. Target creature gets -1, -0. If the spell was kicked, that creature blocks this turn available. Doesn't really do anything. Can kick it to also not really do anything. Fronting research reference, damn. True. Jilt. You're not my Hana, Gerard, to Yawgmoth. It'd be funny if Yawgmoth wouldn't be like disguised as Hana, but would just be like Yawgmoth. And Gerard would be, you're not my Hana. Well, no shit, I'm not. Ooh, Teresa Nielsen. Let's close it up. Choking Miasma. 1 black. Kicker G. Infest. If the spell was kicked, put a counter on a creature you control, limited card. But funny combination of effects. It's the guy covering in the art cancer _MTG. Yeah, it was me. Alistar. Wait, Alistar? It's like the champion from League of Legends. Quando amo che Balduviano morre, e causa e calcar alvo da neguel sa proprio poder. Awesome. Weather Leaked completed. As long as Weatherlight completed has 4 or more fire resist counters on it, it's a Phyrexian creature in addition to its other types. So that's no crew cost, so it can only become a creature by being Phyreicide enough. When a creature you control dies, put a fire resist counter on Weatherlight, then draw a card with a 7 or more fire resist counters on it. If it doesn't, scry 1. Okay, so when a creature dies, you scry 1 and put a counter. Creature you control dies. Where's the crew cost? It doesn't have a crew cost. That's the trick. It becomes alive once enough people died. And you draw a card whenever a creature dies with a 7 or more fire resist counters on it. So plenty of creatures have to die, otherwise you scry 1. Yeah, I mean, seems kind of weak. It's like a 5/5 flying. Decent stats, but it's pretty weak, I think. I'm asking myself, what kind of deck could use this card? Needs a lot of death triggers. I'm going to be honest, I missed the fact that it's now the first vehicle that doesn't have a crew cost. Damn. Maybe play on sacrifice. I think you have to sacrifice way too much stuff for it to do stuff. Becoming a creature seems like a bit of a downside. Yeah, it is a little bit of a downside, true. That it just happens invariably. Slime Food Survey. 5 mana. Search a library for up to 2 land cards that each have a basic land time. Put on the battlefield tapped and shuffle. Look at the top X, where X is the number of basic land types. One on top, sure. How does a mushroom use a telescope? True. How it does not have. It did not evolve eyes, so. Stronghold Arena. 2 mana. It's kicked. You gain 3 life for each time. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal damage, combat damage to a player, you may reveal the top card, put it in your hand, you lose. So like Confidant trigger. You deal combat damage. So commander players complaining about this one, sure. What was not okay with it? Can still turn into a creature early with crew effects. Well, doesn't have the crew costs, so not really. I mean, I think that's the issue of the rules, not with the card. Honestly, if I was in charge of Commander, I would just... Like, why... I don't know, just make the cards... Make the rules make sense. It's like weirdly strict. This is a Sultai card for Commanders, but like, obviously it's hybrid. Creatures in your graveyard? Come on! Yeah, it's pretty sad, but I think all of the Lurgoys only care about one quantity, whether that be number of cards of certain cards in your graveyard, number of card types in your graveyard, and on this one's upside counts each Sakura tribal in your bin and can mill for 6, which can support all the other. This is all said in one breath. Same card, it has one more toughness. What if you play Umori? Umori Vengevine in Modern. Would this be good in Umori Vengevine? Creeping Chill is not an Umori card. Other Wally Gaze is not an Umori card. Seems tough. 2 islands? What the hell? Why do I have so many? It's probably not so good. It's only your graveyard, only creatures. Need to work to make it big. This is limited card. Joint Exploration. You could say that you are performing joint exploration if you're smoking weed, right? In other words, you're smoking a joint. So like instead of saying that you smoke it, you're exploring. So like joint exploration. Funny. Isn't this worse than the Ikoria card had the same effect? What the Ikoria card? Fiend Artisan, I guess. Maybe it is, yeah. 2 mana instant. Scry 2, then draw a card. Says a preordain. If this spell was kicked, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Damn, is this an Amulet staple? The Tolarians had the maps, but only the Yavimayans knew how to read them. Damn, teamwork is really important. This seems absurd. I don't know about absurd, there's still a 3 mana card, but it seems decent. kinda, not really, because it's a 3 mana card, but as far as RAM spells go, this is a growth spiral for 3 mana, but it does scry. Would we play this instead of explore? I was joking with Amulet because it has blue in its cost, but scry 2 is pretty nice. It can be cast with 2 mana though. Oh yeah, it looks pretty nice in Lotus maybe. Over the like look at 4 scry 2 card necessarily. Maybe not. So Seneca card did the same without the kicker. It's called Deliberate. Wish has gained 3 life and came with an escapable body. It's Christ 2 already, so. Looks almost powerful, I would say. Bright Pile, creature Phyrexian Defender. What is it? Is it a creature? Which opponent lose life? Oh no, Defender. Defender, not reading. Fires of Victory. If its spell was kicked, draw a card. Deals damage target creature or planeswalker equal to the number of cards in your hand. Creature or planeswalker, I sleep. To Inferno. When you cast your next spell, copy. Or target creature control gains double strike. More fire, Jaya asked. More fire, Joda agreed. Without flavor text though. Yeah. It's cool. I don't think those effects go that super together. That's like 2 very fringe effects. Pretty cool card. Maybe in some space it's exactly what you need. Yeah, double strike a Drake or a thing in the eyes, and you get the copy spell too. It's some the worst. When you cast an instant sorcery spell, create a soldier creature token. Mensch Reader. Why are these always the knight, never the bird? SMH. Good question. Temporary lockdown. What is this? Are those fingers on the card? Exile each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less until leaves the ETB. This seems nice, relatively. There's some decks in some formats. Let's say against Heroic in Pioneer, it's a 3 mana sweeper, everything. Yeah. Playable in Hammer. Well, also exiles everything in Hammer, literally. Yeah, it seems pretty fine as a sweeper against Hammer. Exiles all the constructs, all the everythings, all the hammers. Can we combo off with something with all the artifacts and eggs? With this? GDS and Rhinos. I mean, I guess GDS is just a sweeper. Like, it costs 3 mana, sure. I don't think it's like exquisite necessarily. Would be instant modern step with flash. Definitely would be very powerful with flash, but they don't print flash sweepers for a reason, I think. But I would not be surprised to see some of this card in, I guess, blue-white, control, the Orion decks, maybe. No, you can't bounce or remove it before the trigger happens, because it's just one ability. If you bounce it before the trigger resolves, then things just don't get exiled. It doesn't seem busted to me, but aggro getting dunked on modern. There's no aggro in modern. Well, I guess hammer is aggro. That's what aggro. Zar Oyan and Sean of Evara. 2 mana, discard a card, sure. Walking Bulwark, that's the construct from the token. The fat construct from Urza Saga. Citizen's Arrest. Damn, face falling off. What lurks behind the faces of those you think you can trust? Hmm. Enlist. Founding the Third Path. Enchantment Saga. Myślę, że można mu ufać, a pod spodem okazał się Polakiem. No Polak, no. Tak to z nim jest już. Read ahead. 1. You may cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value 1 or 2 from your hand without paying its mana cost. 2. Target player mills 4 cards. 3. Exile target instant or sorcery. Copied, you may cast a copy. An important thing is that the last ability doesn't say without paying its mana cost, which is what I assumed the first time I read it, and I was surprised by the fact that I can cast Enter the Infinite or something like that for a mere 2 manas. But yet you can't. So like you played for 2 mana and then it's like a Snapcaster Mage but delayed, so it's kinda bad. I guess get extra mana from this though, so I guess you have like 2 mana sorcery to cast. It's kind of random effects and you have to wait. It seems pretty bad. Like you don't know that you're going to want to flashback something and then 3 turns. Storm. Joey Lewis. Is it good in Storm? Like, you're gonna want to assume that the game is gonna go on in Storm for 2 more turns. You can play this into expressive iteration. Well, sure. Yeah, well, that's kind of powerful, but kind of, I guess, pretty flexible. I guess if you have the iteration, you can cast it on the first chapter, but if you don't, you can cast it on the second one, or even the third one if you're top decking and you have plenty of mana. You just flashback something. So maybe it is interesting. I feel that GLS would want to run this card, really. Well, this into Manamorphose, and then what happens? Nothing interesting, right? You like just play this enchantment and drew a card. Can you hold up counterspell with first chapter? No. It clearly says you may cast that spell. And just said. I can't believe Kaneki called me old in Discord XD. I did not call you old, but I mentioned that it might be that. I don't really know what is your age, but we're all getting only older, not younger. Whoa. 2 mana, 3 mana, flying 2-1. Discard your hand and draw 2 cards. How old do you estimate me? 69, 31. 53. If it's your age at the end of your nickname. But 17 if it's per your behavior. So now we take an average of that. It's 53 plus 17, so you get 35. You can dredge with this. Maybe. Discard your hand and draw 2. I'll come back in a minute, bros. Yeah, 3 mana enabler is a little bit expensive. Inscribed tablet. Yeah, being used to tournaments and then also sleeping is good, and like not getting drunk the day before is also good. Probably just like the normal things that you would think would make you feel but generally better are gonna healthier. It's very gonna make sense to do that. What sleeves do tournament grinders use? Good question. Inscribed tablet, 1 artifact, 1 tap, sacrifice, reveal the top 5. Put a land card from among them into your hand, the rest. Okay, so you can choose not to take a land. If there is one. Interesting. It costs 2 mana and you get to draw a land, so it's like a expedition map for the lucky ones. This isn't good. This is a limited card, damn. I think it's not good enough to be played in Tron. I don't know, maybe. Probably not. I post my matchup breakdown in Copenhagen somewhere. I did not post my matchup breakdown, but I played against 4 or 5 mirrors, 4 times 4 color, 1 times blue white, 1 time living end, 1 time Ponza, 2 times hammer, maybe 3 times hammer. No, 2 times hammer and 1 time black red midrange. So the only funny matchup I played against was Ponza. Defiler of Faith, 5 mana, vigilance. Pay 2 lives for 1 white, make soldiers. This sucks. How were the mirrors? Folklore the DRC version. I think DRC is just good against 4 color, and in the mirror I bought it out. But it's a card that's neutral game 1. It's fine to draw. It can be actually pretty good to draw on the play creatures early, 2 of them or 3 even. Puts lots of pressure on your opponent. So the mirrors were fine. I won all of them. Mostly like post-board playing. Just resolved the dragon, won, and leveraged my skill issue, right? How many people that you didn't know came to you, didn't say their name, and started talking to you like they were your friends? No, everyone introduced themselves and like said they're a fan of the stream, and that was nice. Did I like Borrower or would I have preferred Charm? I don't think I would play the third Charm. Borrower is only good in the mirror, so maybe it's better suited for the sideboard because actually kind of not good against any other matchup. But I did bounce a few regents or big shredders and it was pretty good there. Maybe it belongs in the sideboard because it is just, but no, it's been pretty good against hammer too. You can bounce creatures with no toughness limit too, so that happens a lot. So I would just play the same. I was not unhappy with anything much, but at first I was considering playing the borrower in the sideboard and having a 4 of DCR in the main deck to be just more consistency, which is also an option. Phoenix Chick. Flying Haste. Can't block. This is a decent 1-drop for an aggro deck, kinda. But what was it? Is it? Like in standard, maybe in Pioneer. Is there any way to discard this in Pioneer? But it's a 1/1. But it does have haste and flying, so it deals some amount of damage and then can also come back from your graveyard. So it is a pretty strong 1/1. It's pretty cool 1-drop, I think. And if it ever comes back, it's kinda powerful. I wish it would gain perpetually +1/+1 and then comes back more powerful, but yeah, it's Anax, Cleave, and Pioneer. That seems decent. They would enjoy more 1-drops, I think. Spear sacks there. Sorry for all the queues, but did you like the free DRC, free shader split? I've seen people have 4 DRC. It was fine, but like you wouldn't really notice a difference between playing 4, so it's like every DRC is also an individual card in your deck rather than like being the fourth DRC, and you only really want to play 4 for the aesthetic reasons often. So I have no strong thoughts on that, but I could see playing 4. When board took Bone Rattle enters the battlefield, if you cast it, choose target creature card in your graveyard. Return that card to the battlefield. Okay. I never heard of board took Bone Rattle, so seems like a fake legendary to me. Orona's Vortex, 1 blue mana, instant. Kicker 2B. Return creature or planeswalker you don't control to its owner's hand. If it was kicked, put it on the bottom of its owner's library instead. Damn. Play it just to say Corona Vortex, good one. The kicker is well worth it, true. I wonder what this implies lore-wise. Rona was the disciple of Jix. Gix was one of the highest ranked Praetors under Jogmoth. Heck, he's been a follower of Jogmoth since before the plane of Phyrexia was made into Jogmoth's dominion. Rona is a former student of the Tolerant Academy who went and joined the Phyrexians, became one, and also became disciple of Jix when he was a Praetor. Did Rona survive and she was just in hiding? Is this just a contraption? Made that was still in Dominaria. I just looked up stories. So apparently Rona actually survived all this time in Dominaria. And now she's the second in command of Sholdred. This is very interesting. A new generation Phyrexian with colored mana influence with an old generation one. Though at the same time the old generation Phyrexians were mostly black and colored mana with some aspects of blue, so I guess it's no wonder that Rona acclimates well with Sholdred. It's true, so Rona is from the old Phyrexia and Sholdred is from new Phyrexia. She's not from the first one. Oh well, bro, why did you just then write it? Report to Facebook, mark as spam. Okay, let's close it. Why do Phyrexians want to conquer other planes at all? It's in their genetics. They don't know any better. Why does a lion hunt antelopes? No, I'm just kidding. I actually don't know what's the reasoning. Hero's Heirloom. Sure. Cult Conscript. Skeleton Warrior. Tapped. Oh, black mana 2/1. Tapped. Return from your graveyard the battlefield. Activate only if a non-skeleton creature died under your control this turn. Is it better than the... It probably would be better than some of the cards played in the... Probably better than Dread Wanderer, for example. In the mono black deck, if the mono black deck was still a thing in historic, but... If the deck still existed. Worse than Gutterbones? I'm not sure. I think it seems better than Gutterbones. What word did you lose to in Copenhagen? 4 color ones, hammer, ponza, living end. Monstrous War Leech. If it was kicked, mill 4 cards because there's a Homarit here, then power and toughness are each equal to the highest mana value. Okay, in your graveyard. Card is very bronze in this artwork. How do I feel about 4 color Delirium after Copenhagen? I think Merktide is a tier 0 deck of Modern, and 4 color is a tier 1 deck of Modern. But I'll be a very flawed one. Any changes you would make to the Merktide deck? No, it's perfect. When do we start playing Magic? Well, at some point, maybe. How did Clotis end up interacting with Dresta on the stack? It didn't. I did not bring Dress down. I was mostly curious, that's why I called the judge, to be honest. But yeah, I lost to Ponza because my opponent had dead gones to bounce the regent, and then I died. And didn't draw iterations in like one game, so and they didn't have time to fall behind on the board and didn't have time to win with iterations in the other game. Have I considered posting a short cyber guide for Blu-ray for subscribers? Next time, maybe. For now, we had the Titan win the poll for the sideboard guide. I see the base Titan creativity deck came 5th at Copenhagen. I've seen it, yes. Let's read Karn, Living Legacy. Create a tapped Power Stone token. It's an artifact with tap, add colorless. This mana can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. Okay, but it can be used to pay for the next ability. -1, pay any amount of mana. Look at that many cards from the top. Wow, that's the last thing I want for my Planeswalker, to ask me to pay mana. And the +1 is useless. I guess you can play artifacts with them, so it's not useless always, but like you +1 and you -1 draw a card with the Power Stone. Maybe it's not that bad. Not that bad if you think about it, right? Like you play it for 4 and then for 5 straight turns you can -1 to draw a card. It's kinda bad, but it's not that bad. We'll just win the game. I think this ult is not really win the game. It's win the game eventually. Doesn't protect itself, doesn't kill anything. Sure, well, that's pretty rough, but... And against like a control deck with an empty board, it is just going to draw 4 cards in a row. 5 cards in a row. Well, you have to plus it first, which is a little bit bad. It's not that bad. Someone said cards have been bad since they made him wear pants. I mean, only the first card in Planeswalker had no pants. This one had no pants. This one has pants. This one already wore pants. And Great Creator, I guess, doesn't for some reason. Interesting. That's like the good cards don't wear pants. Only wears pants on Dominaria, yeah. It's because it's kind of a loophole because the other planeswalkers planeswalk with clothes, but there is like some like you can't planes like intuitively they should planeswalk and become naked, right? In because they shouldn't be able to transport their clothes. So Karen just leaves his clothing on Dominaria, and when he comes back, he wears it. But on other planes, he doesn't, which is consistent. Makes Karen the only consistent planeswalker lore-wise. Plaza of Heroes. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this only cast a legendary spell. Exile Plaza of Heroes. Gains hexproof and distractible until end of turn. Tap, add 1 mana of any color among legendary permanents you control. Insane card for the Monred Eldrazi Ragavan deck. Can get new pawns in the new plane. Yeah, you can, but they're probably gonna be different, right? Like more local. Dragon Whelp. Strength in the Coalition. Instant kicker 2 white. Target creature gonna get +2/+2. If it was kicked, put a counter on each creature you control. It's pretty funny that kicker ability is so much stronger on it. Yavimaya Iconoclast. Creature Elf. Looks like the Dragon Ball Komurczak, czy tam jak się na niego mówiło. It probably was named differently. Cell. Dragon Ball Cell, yeah. Komurczak. It does translate to Cell, kind of. The Cell guy, Komurczak. It's not like... It sounds a little bit awkward. On się nazywał Szatan Serduszko. Ten drugi jest byku. Szatan Serduszko to jest ten taki zielony... To jest kurwa Komurczak, byku. You're thinking about this guy, which is much different than this, although they were easy to confuse. Alright, so what does the card do? Because it's also the basis for Polish cell phone, even though in English it's a different cell. No, the cell phone in Polish is komórka, which is the same as the word for cell, biology-wise, too. But that's not quite the same word as komórczak. When kicked, +1/+1. Whoa, free to trample for 2 mana, so it's for free, trample for free. This is actually pretty strong stats, but obviously hard sell and constructed just stat-wise. Like 4 power haster. Protect the negotiators. If kicked, create a token. Counter target spell unless control pays 1 for each creature control. Gruul Shooters might be in a deck there. Yeah, the Gruul Painline Gruul Shooters. This does something bad, I'm not reading that. It's 3 mana and list. Tori Davno, Fury Rider. 1 red, white. Vigilance, Trample. When Tori Davno was in list, essentially it's bonding. All other attacking creatures you can get something, sure. I'll be back in a minute, guys. To mine 7G. Return Lenora Green Widow from the graveyard. It returns for free mana. For free mana. Interesting. Reach trample. Almost decent. The alternate art says tap twice. Tapped. Funny. Whenever summoned herbals becomes tapped, you gain 1 life and scry 1. Okay. You have my Steel Crusher. 2 mana. And less. This is a target artifact. Nice monkey. Threats undetected. 3 mana. Search a library for 4 creature cards with different powers and reveal them. Upon choose 2, rest into your library. Okay. It's very funny that for every card, the first comments they complain about power creep. Let's see. Lori, Real Sunshine Elves, Evil the Twin. You're not wrong. Yeah, I get that it's 2 of those cards. So you like get to draw 2 monsters, so your opponent lets you. Sure. Frost Fist Strider, Elemental Giant. Tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. It's because the guy is from ice, that's why it looks weird to you. Or I'm Shield Frost Giant. 4/5 for 5 mana ward free. But it does look kind of weird, I agree. And it also puts stun counters on my things. Flying, limited. Shana, Purifying Blade. Beginning of end step, you may pay X. If you do draw X cards, X can be greater than the amount of life you gain this turn. It has life link, cool. So you get to attack and then gain free life. Draw free cards. Whenever under creature power 2 or less and it's about under control, put 2 counters on that creature. Okay. Whatever. Domain. When deals combat damage to a player, put X counters on target creature control, where X a number of basic land types. Sure, whatever. Attacks, you may sack another creature if you do. Double strike, sure, whatever. Tyrannical Pit Lord. 6 mana, 6/6. When there's the battlefield, choose under creature you control. Chosen creature gets +3/+3 and has flying. When it leaves the battlefield, sacrifice the chosen creature. Okay, whatever. That's honestly a pretty neat design. Tons of value up front, but still, if you get 2 for 1. Yeah, true. This guy was spooky. Had a spooky artwork. With the open ribcage. Morph BBBB. Cosmic Epiphany. For 6 mana, draw cards equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. So potentially 0. Ooh, sorcery. It doesn't fly. Golden Argosy. So I'll execute that credit this turn. Your Argusia screw one. I understand that the first time you said it, but I understand that you enjoy it. Destroy a creature with total power, toughness 5 or less. 1 mana can kill Ragavan? Damn. This kills the following stat lines: 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 111, 213, 14, 21, 22, 23, 31, 32, and 41. That's a lot of creatures for black. Can't kill Magtide Regent, useless removal spell. Chaotic Transformation, 6 mana sorcery. Exile up to 1 target artifact, creature, enchantment, planeswalker, and land. For each permanent exile this way, put something that shares a type into play. Okay. I wish that comment listed every creature in the game it killed. That would be a good one. This fellow seems quite fun. Yes, he's fun. Sengir Connoisseur. Never. Urborg Repossession. This seems pretty relatively powerful to me, as I've seen this card before. For black mana, return a creature from your graveyard to your hand, and you gain 2 life, and then if you kick it, it's a 2 for 1 for 3 mana, which is kind of acceptable in some tournaments, and it also returns any permanent from your graveyard. So it is probably not really, you know, constructed playable, but it seems almost. So what is this creature? It's looks big arm, small arm, bald head, looks kind of weird. Does anybody else feel like this is just insane? It lets you a spell and 2 life in .BG. Yeah. It's just insane. That's right. Ooh, 1 mana 5/5 Death Touch. In Umori Vengevine. Insane. Scout the Wilderness, 3 mana. Basic on the battlefield. If kicked, make 2 soldiers. Sure, bro. Voda Sea Scavenger. Damn, does Lean Voda not get on the card? I just realized that's so sad. My favorite Leviathan. Volshe Tide Turner. Add blue, instant sorceries or kicked spells. Vyashino Branch Rider. Kicked with 2 counters, whatever. Wait, it's 1 mana? No, it's whatever. Snare Spinner, that's a reprint even. X lets you cast where X the greatest power among creatures you control. So it's a 1 red mana trample 5/5. Wait, that's not even good. Magnigov Sentry. Oh, that's a 4 each 3-fold. That's not very interesting. Stall for time. Tap up to 2 target creatures. If it was kicked, put a stun counter on each of them. Draw a card. Not bad. Not bad at all. Kinda bad in some contexts. It's kinda bad at all in some contexts. Yeah, it was a giant spider with +2/+0. Take up the shield. You are all part of my pride. As long as I live, I will protect you, said Ajani, and then he didn't protect. It's 2 mana, so not good. Been heroic. Toxic Abomination, 2 mana, 3/2, you lose 2 life. Base. Whoa, you ever seen this card, bros? Hasran Ogres. I never seen this before, but it's pretty humongous. Badonkers on this ogre. Tattered Apparition. Why was it linked in that? Did the shade have similarly humongous badonkers? Not really, right? It was just a like mechanic. Tattered Apparition. Gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Flying, okay. Oh yes, I remember that one. I turned him inside out and cast his soul into an endless nightmare a few centuries ago. Cool, Braids. Jesus fucking Christ, Braids. Oh. Jesus fucking Christ, Braids. Kicker, you draw, you impulse, and a 2 mana 2/2. Totalitarian Terror. This is yet another 1 mana 5/5. Instants or sorcery cards in a graveyards. WTF is happening to the power creeping pauper? Yeah, what is happening to it? Totalitarian Gazer. Return creature to its owner, send draw a card. If kicked, you gain 3. Insane. Najal, the Storm Runner, Efrit Wizard. Everything has, cause sorceries have flash. And you can copy stuff, sure. Remember Melek, is it Paragon? Legendary creature, weird wizard. This weird wizard, that's pretty funny. Defiler of Vigor. Whenever cast a green permanent spell, put a counter on each creature you control? Wow. Put a counter on each creature you control is kind of bigger scale than the other cards of the members of the cycle did. Okay, I think we looked at all the cards mostly. Probably Metallica fun. Oh no, it's actually Slayer. Same thing. Even more cards? Bro. I already didn't do anything on the stream. Poussons de Gaia. Random human for free mana, hate bear. This slots in human. In modern. 4 damage shall creature or planeswalker. If this spell was kicked, you gain 4 life. Instant. This is War Leader Celix. But doesn't go face. Buy on TCG player? No, thank you. I will now play much after we have already looked at the cards and not much happened. Defiler might be standard play with fight, rigging, or storm the festival, maybe. Did we react to Soul of Windgrace already? Are you sure it is not a commander card? Any cards that stood out? The Goblin Lord, maybe. Anything else? Sand Sacks. They played Living End last time. 8 days ago. It's small, maybe, if on the chance it actually is Living End. I've seen Soul of Windgrace. This is 4 mana 5/4. When enters or attacks, put a land card from graveyard onto the battlefield tapped under your control. Okay. Discard a land card, gain life. Discard a land card, draw card. Discard a land card, indestructible until end of turn. Interesting. Goes into Amulet Titan, question mark. Solkanar also seems interesting. I haven't read Solkanar. I know it gives itself to your opponent. More URR EA, only for 1 match. I have to finish this league to try out Amulet Titan with Scape Shift. I'm pretty aware of the fact they're playing Living End by now. Thank you for the help though. Force to the graveyard and not cast a thing, then play a forest, okay. So they found the forest. Need the monkey to be able to keep up enough mana. Do I know what I'm playing for the NBL tournament yet? I don't, as I will not be playing myself. I'll be commentating. Has a big graveyard.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Carrot.
What? Carrot? Why did it say that? Thank you for the resub, Louis. Grief unplayable as always. Do you think it's going to be easier for my opponent to punch through my counter magic with Grief or without it? So I don't get your argument. They take counter spell, they can then cast Violent Outburst in my upkeep. And then I guess I will counter spell, but it seems like such a weird thing to say to me. To say that Grief is unplayable in this spot because it does not discard every counter spell in hand. We're gonna hit a land. Rip me. Obviously I should cast it first, but it would like if they force it, that's fine. Force, sure. Yeah, exactly. Tier 0 gaming. Opponent got tier 0 out of the game. Set you one seduction. Does it make sense to keep Unholy Heat over keeping Regent ever? It's just nonsensical. Oh, look, I won. Well, not necessarily. I don't have anything in my hand, but I have the monkey, so I will probably win. Oh, it sometimes helps with some endurance sequences. Yes, but I prefer a dragon to fight of endurance. Boarding in endurance with living end is like making a wrongful assumption that extending the game favors you, which is not the case. It doesn't. Although I understand what you're saying, so. Do they not always board in endurance? Well, I personally don't board endurance. And many don't, in fact. Like, it does not, it can never kill the multiplayer by itself, so it can only extend the game, and that's not necessarily a benefit for you. Let's just get some more monsters. Do I want on the flaster? No, I want more spells for the Merctate to be big. Wow. Your endurance would have been good for them. Not really. I mean, if they get to pitch it on top of everything, then it will be bad. So of course, the opportunity cost of a recycler is high, and that's the entire discussion. What is it about? You know, let's just get a second dragon, actually. Don't care for drawing spell pierce. I don't even have endurance in my living in sideboard. The card is not what you want to do most of the times. I think it's pretty good at hating graveyard, but just Merctide is not a graveyard strategy. Otawara. Wara. Oh, it's so bad. I want to save life points. We want to go to 1. This is gonna be free dragon. We can double block. Never get scammed by it. Of course, not never, but rarely I get scammed by Otavara. Should we bring Rest in Peace post side in Blue Eye versus Murktide? It is unclear to me. And I don't really know. So, sorry for, I guess, not very helpful advice. Here's yourself to grow Murktide. I know I can do that. I can also do that at instant speed, so I will not be rushing that. But I also want to, to not let my opponent living end positively. After combat, I mean. Not sure what's the best timing. But we want to make it so that it's not great for them to do stuff either. Alright. No, that makes you block. I do like to Otawara living in because just the Otawara is really good. Answers all the hate cards that you might need to end of turn, that you untap living end, or it answers the blockers after living end to actually deal lethal damage. It's really good in that role too. Would I add an Is It Boiler Works to rebuy my own Otawara? I wouldn't do that myself, but sounds like an excellent idea. Dobrze. A reason for me to attack? I don't really think so. Well, the reason will be to kill them next turn, but I think if I don't kill them next turn, I will not lose the game to that. I think I will win it the same. So that would be a reason not to kill. Can also use the hairs, I guess, to kill them. That's only if I have a second counter spell. I refuse to kill my opponent on the K or a Nister. I missed that part. Why did we refuse to kill the opponent? Just making sure I'm playing around second Otawara in hand. Yeah, I can do all of that stuff. I just didn't want to. Don't want to die to an Otawara. Otherwise. Now they can have Otawara, so I can kill them. So I was just making sure to not to lose to a random effect. Oh shit, they're doing stuff. Tapped. Are you ready through all the litigants? Guess they went through after the X, they probably drew one. 4-1, bros. Now it's gonna be time to swap to Amulet T for a league. And the question is, do we try the escape shift? And how do we fit it? We should try it. Assuredly. Should I try it in a list with no Grixis in the sideboard, or does it not make a difference? I'll add Scape Shift, and then I'll add a second one, 61 cards, and just gonna have more Scape Shift to try them. As for Graveyard Hate in Amulet, deck set broken, typical. To try turn the earth. So you're gonna have Soulgate Lantern to Saga 4, and you're gonna have an Endurance to Pact 4, but also turn the earth to draw 4 against Living End. This Endurance actually stacks against Living End out of this deck. Between Grief and Subtlety. It's actually pretty bad. I want a Crumbling Vestige in my deck. How did the turning go? I got 26. 10 for 1. Nice experience. I talked about it more in the first half of the stream. Like I did the optimal list instead of not the optimal one. What was the record again? As I said, I got 26. I've acquired 10 wins. What's Earthshaker Giant? Earthshaker Giant. Damn, solid card. Yes, I'm happy with my list and with how my matches went. And, well, I guess except for getting a draw once. Just kind of lame, but tough luck. Alright, I'll be back in 1 minute and 30 seconds. And then we start amuleting, bros. I've seen people play Scape Shift with just one Colossus, like I'm doing right now. Although I would think that it's a card that makes you want to play more Colossuses. Because I think that's the biggest synergy. Four Scapeshift Amulet people in the event. Wait, how is it 60? How is it? Okay, 2 Tri-Builders. And a Relic too. So everyone who's playing Scapeshift is playing just one Colossus. Even though it seems like the best synergy for the card. Well, I guess arguably Dryad is a better synergy, but... Great. So with no Amulet, this card is a little bit terrible. Scapeship looking good here, yeah. Seems like it is indeed dead. Urza's Mine into Chromatic Star. I wish I had Scapeshift now. JK. I think it is. I already made a mistake. I think I shouldn't have played the... It's not even good to play the Grazer. Necessarily. Because I should probably name Snake and then Saga this. If I go Saga, then it's too slow. Let's do this then. But it probably was better to keep this in hand and turn 2 will go Saga. Well, it's the same thing if I go Saga, turn 2. So I guess lead on Saga and then turn 2 covering for Snake. Then have 3 mana in play. And then go Titan. Yeah. Messed up. Messed up a turn 3 Titan, turn it into a turn 4 Titan, which is against Tron so bad. You got me good. Well, I do have Scapeshift in my deck, so I'm not actually pulling your leg. Scapeshift is the new engine. I don't know if I would call it an engine, but it's a new inclusion rather. Relatively. Which I have decided to try for a league and see how it goes for me.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hey, big fan.
No, hey, big fan. Thank you for the subs. Sub. Not subs. It seems like they will not even turn free Tron, maybe. Unless they play power plant anyways, and I will have messed up. If they can't Tron, it's not that bad though. No! Shit. What? Can't do that when I'm F6. Oh, it's pretty big. Pretty lacking. Really, that's what you're gonna exile. Yeah, I did F6, so that's why I wasn't able to answer this. I'm gonna have 2 amulets next turn anyways. But I can make a construct that way anyways. So you can keep the Grazer to have more mana the next turn, which is actually necessary. Okay, I made a mistake here again because I'm not killing Karen because of my misplay again. I should have cracked the match. Cracked the match. Cracked the map. And only Bosejude. Post combat after I killed the Karn. Now I made my opponent keep the Karn. Oh shit. Alright, nothing mattered. They probably will plus again anyways. Looking at my opponent past behavior, they're like 60% to plus again. Oops. Fun fact, when I started playing Modern, I once down took a card on a fetch land. Never did that again. Damn. Why not? I guess. Good question. I think this game was winnable. If I played my first turn better. Too. Then it would have been fast enough, which I wasn't. Do you want the Emrakul against Tron? Last time I got extracted my Titans and nearly died from cringe. I think the Emrakul is semi... actually okay. May your Ragavan seal Mishra's bubbles and Teferis all evening. I had a game on at Copenhagen, round 2, against a 4-color opponent. Game 3, I played a 10-1 Ragavan. Then my opponent retaliates with Windswept Heath and cracks the fetch. And it's plenty of tension as I'm waiting for my opponent to finish searching. Will they fetch planes? A white source? Will I kill my Ragavan? Or will they just play in Abandoned Grove? And they played in Abandoned Grove. And I felt so much relief. Until on the next turn my opponent, after getting hit, where I saw a Teferi, I played a Teferi. They responded with surprisingly a Chalice X1 out of 4-color. Which was so bad. Not cool, bro, not cool. Chalice X1 is a little bit of a wild, I think, sideboard strat. How does Magus stack with Abandoned Grove? Abandoned Grove does not require the land to be basic, nor does it make non-basic. It just grants abilities to a land. It does not matter whether the land enchanted by it is a basic mountain, a non-basic mountain, no mountain at all. So Abandoned Grove just makes the mana be colored all the time. That's all that happens with this interaction. Oh, very interactive opponent. I mean, I guess I can take an Ulamog hit, but I had my fun ruined by this strong gamer, so let's try again. Let's maybe try to present a 60 card version of the deck with one Scape Shift, not to draw it too often, not to have 61 cards. And going to go again. It's a little bit tough that the Zenchants of all sorts are fairly effective against Amulet now. Like, it's actually super easy to die to creativity or of something else thrown when they do have that one disenchant at the right time, early. There's not too much to do to beat them. Why 3 Sakura Tribuilders and 1 Explorer? That is a very good question. The card Sakura Tribuilder has diminishing returns, and you have a limited amount. Does it? Well, it does in the sense that there is a limited amount of basics in your deck. They both are 2 mana ramp spells. Sakura Tribuilder is more castable thanks to Cavern and fetches you the basics for the Blood Moon people. We've got Escape Shift in my hand. And the Colossus, so it actually kind of makes do us something. What is Watery Grave Pass? Untapped.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Assodudes.
Very well put, MTG, busy Zubzi. Oh, I guess I get it. My point is the player who's playing Lotus Field. Need to trade bounce land to not to die. Well, so I could Escape Shift to have an extra bounce land. It's technically worthwhile. I have a TOS, so I'm. If I get another TOS, then it's a guarantee. But also I need to have enough mana. I have no more land drops, so another TOS is going to be +6 mana 7. I don't know. It's technically, I guess, Escape Shift makes me slightly more unlikely to fizzle here. But it also didn't really have a meaningful impact. We're just going to be untapping lands and 2 packs already, so we won. Yay! Thank you also for the sub, MTG Dupes. I think I already said that though. So I thank you just the second time for no reason. Canister wins. So against a Lotus Field there, We play the Soulgate Lantern. Probably. Over Radiant Fountain. My interaction does not seem very meaningful. Turn the Earth does not seem to stop them. Went a ley line last time, I think. Why the split of endurance / turn? I think endurance is not a particularly good living and hate card in this deck. Outside of the fact that it's pactable, but I don't need more than one to pact for. Don't have time to de-west. Is it Lantern of the Lost and Titan strictly better than Soulgate Lantern? I want to keep my graveyard. This is an anti-living and hate card. I should have bought more Bosejus, like second Boseju maybe. So, okay, Soulgate Lantern, like Lantern of the Lost is just a relic. So the only thing it has in common with this is that it's a lantern, which is just a different card. And relic is fine, but it costs mana to activate and it's generally a bit inconvenient. And I think for Living End, I prefer the one-sided graveyard exiling. I think against Living End, it is very important that your graveyard is threatening to them, so that they need a fair amount of cyclers to beat your graveyard, your titans, and then if you just have a lantern rush out a titan, it gets dealt with by a Living End. That means that your next titan is just going to be better because it's not going to have a titan. It's going to have a titan returning from the Living End. That's why I want to play Lantern of the Lost. Also, Living End sometimes boards in Layla Sanctity. That's like why I wouldn't play Tormod Script. But Relic is also fine. It's just costs mana to hold up. It's a bit costly and exiles your graveyard, which is rough. And Turn the Earth is an instant, which means that it is not affected by subtlety, and it has flashback, which means it is not affected by grief. So it actually matches up relatively nicely versus opponents' opposing stuff. Can be subtlety, right? Which they will inevitably have 3-4 copies of, and it's gonna be tough for you. Anyways, it's good to mix it up and be able to beat other cards. Beat them with other cards that are not exploited as easily. Okay, you couldn't combo. Escape shift meant to cheese a faster victory. I'm not exactly sure what it is meant to do, but it's a technology I've seen others use and wanted to try it because there have been reports of it being powerful, but check kill. A8, they go 7. Okay, I think I should have searched for this in Boseju, and then I would have killed. So I guess that was bad to do. Is Valikud optional? Valikud is optional. I don't play Double Strike, but what I should have done is get Hanwer and Boseju, play Grove Chamber, tap Boseju for red, give haste, bounce Boseju, Boseju this, attack, find 2 Valakuds, shoot for 12. So now I think I don't kill, because I did that the other way. I would have Boseju the ley line with the other lines. That's like the difference. But I think we're just gonna Boseju the talisman, yeah, instead of doing that. Which is worse. So yeah, I had the kill. We have 1 land drop. We can have 2 land drops though. So if I get Boseju, let's see. If I get Vesuva Boseju, return Boseju kill, then you can still kill, I think. Right, we go to attacks. Get Vesuva, Boseju, Vesuva Grove Chamber, return Boseju, use Boseju and this to kill this in combat. Then I have 1 land untapped. I play post-combat Grove Chamber, deal 3, and then I deal 6. Yeah, so you still have lethal. Because Vesuva will copy the Valakuts on the way back. Let's take 3 damage, why not? So this way we found the line and we dealt damages to them. And then they died. Simple. Canister is the country time crusher. Exactly. This hand is extremely slow and on the draw, so let's mulligan it. In search of a hand that is less extremely slow and maybe on the play. So this I'll keep. Put back the Bojuka block. Realize that I get paired against Dredge. Against Scalding Tarn could be Living Endos, so let's put the saga into play. Ketria Triumph, so what? Rinas, Creativities. Creativities. Do I want to trigger the saga on the next turn? I think quite possibly. I'll make a construct this turn. Next turn I will not play the amulet, I'll make a construct instead. Both to conceal the amulet and to conceal my ulterior motifs. Be able to attack a Teferi if they play Teferi. Seems like they're playing white. Here comes the time traveler. So now I'll play the Amuletti and the Saga and attack Tefari. Could make it so that I don't rely on Amulet if they Prismatic Command or Prismatic Ending it, so feel like should do that. To be frank. Can totally get Titan now. And hopefully they don't perform actions like special summoning an Archon, but Let the fairy bounce the land would be rough, but they just perform the fable. That's a good draw. You don't kill from this spot. Is MTG bot off on sick day? Not anymore. It is on a non-sick day. What if I Boseju the Fable? So they are less likely to find creativity, which they pretty clearly didn't have. With the creativity, they can creativity my Titan too. Or they can discard my TOS. So searching for TOS is of no use. I think Boseju seems the best. Can get a dwarven mine. With Boseju. Boseju who? Can also gain 4 Archons, but they didn't have creativity, so good, because the Titan kills them next turn. We'd get a Sakura tribal there instead of the creativity. Instead of the Titan, if we get creativity too, so probably that would cause a loss. Spring Engineered Explosives and cut a Grazer. Is Pojuka Bog any relevant versus them? Not quite. Honestly, an island might be better. Or just a Grazer. For fastness of the draw. Hand is medium. Let's keep. Yeah, hand is okay. Hello again, Kainiki in chat. Hello, how was it not spending time in Canister's stream for a while? I bet it was medium. For sure, Force of Vigor is not really plausible for them. People sideboard it sometimes, but they can't actually cast it. Puts food on your table at least. True. Come on, bounce lands. Here we go. Bounce land acquired. Thank you for your summoning of the bounce land. They did attack us with the crab, which is humorous. Very humorous. Ooh. Well, I could. That explains so much. LMS finally announced the party venue. Link. Pierce up. Well, maybe they have a Pierce, but it is not a card that makes much sense against Amulet boss board. So I'm not very scared of it. Tickets for LMS Paris are now on sale. We look forward to seeing you from 16 to 18 September in Paris at Quartier de Terne. To make it easier for you to book your trip, we can anticipate that the venue is located around metro station Neuilly Port Maillot. Even in 3 weeks, how do you not know where the venue is? Wait, isn't Quartier de Terne? What's Quartier de Terne? Is that not a place? It's not an actual place. Le Quartier de Terne est le 60e, 65e quartier administratif de Paris, situé dans le 17e arrondissement. Il est également considéré comme l'un des plus huppés de l'arrondissement, avec son voisin, le quartier de la Plaine Monceau. Ah oui, oui, si. How many languages do I speak? Polish and English. I don't know, maybe I do have, let's say, an ability to understand roughly how the languages I don't speak should be pronounced. I actually learned French in school for a long time. So I guess that's not really. Let's learn Italian. Let's go. Which one of these is the boy? La donna, la ragazza, il ragazzo, il ragazzo for sure. How do you say boy? Ragazzo. Ragazzo. Which one of those is the man? L'uomo. 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 The girl. La ragazza. La ragazza. Un ragazzo. A boy. 5 in a row, bros. The woman. La donna. La donna. La donna. Un uomo. Una donna. A man. A woman. L'uomo. Man. The man. I guess l'uomo. Fuck you, bear. L'uomo. L'uomo. Una ragazza. Una ragazza. A girl. Io sono un ragazzo. Is it io? Io? Oh, is it an I? Capitalized. Io. Io sono un ragazzo. I am a boy. Lo... How am I supposed to know it? Lo siamo? Una ragazza. Lo sono. What? I was no... Io sono l'uomo. I am cream stocking. Oh shit. Io sono la donna. I am the... Cause la? I know. Io sono ragazza. So ragazza I would say girl. So la ragazza. Because ragazza would be il ragazza. L'uomo. The man. I know this one, Mr. Bear. You got me good. Io sono una ragazza. Io sono l'uomo. I am the man. I guess they ask you the same things you missed. La mela. La mela. La donna mangia la mela, so the woman eats the apple. It sounds so awkward, too many D's. Lui mangia. He eats, I guess. Lui è un uomo. Uomo. He is a man. It's kinda tautological, but... Lei mangia la mela. I guess maybe not. Do Italians know that Italian Polish is Włochy? They do, yeah. Ask any Italian, they will know. Lei mangia la mela. She eats the apple. Cool, 5 in a row. 2 io. What is 2? What is io? What? Yeah, that's something that I would say. 2. 2. 2. Io. Lei. Lei mangia una mela. She eats an apple. Tu sei, lei è. She is. What is lei? No. Two is you, obviously. You are. She is. Yeah. Lui è il ragazzo. He is. Well, it is the, but like the particular, but that sounds awkward if you say he's the boy. How do you say the? Il. Il. Tu sei, io sono. You are, io. Sono is also are, right? But I am. You are, I am. Well, select the matching pairs. Oh shit. He, lui. Boy, ragazza. Girl, ragazza. Woman, donna. Man, uomo. Oh shit, let's make it a bit harder. Okay. You are, I am. Tu. Sono. No, tu sei, I son. Tu sei, io sono. Yeah, tu sei, io sono, yeah. The boy eats the apple. Il ragazzo la mela e la mangia. Il ragazzo mangia la mela. It's rather this way. Perfect. Free XP away from my daily goal. Later, no profile. Let's go. Plus 10 XP. L'acqua. Il pane. Lui mangia il pane. He eats bread. Lo zucchero. Zucchero. So Polish has not the. So in the US, some people will just leave it out altogether and say, I go to store to get milk. And others overcompensate and put it on front of every noun. I go to the store and get the milk. Yeah, I overcompensate myself. Tu bevi. Tu bevi. You drink, probably. Like beverage. Lei beve. She drinks. Yeah, tsundere Duolingo character. Io bevo. I drink. Bevo. Lei beve l'acqua. Was lei she or he? It's like she drinks water. Tu mangi. Tu mangi. You eat. Tu mangi una tomato. Pizza. With pizza avec tomato. Lo mangio zucchero. Zucchero. Io mangio zucchero. I eat sugar. Apple. Mela. She, lei. Il, the. Water, acqua. Woman, donna. Mangi zucchero. Mangi zucchero. Well, who? I just like... Jesz cukier? No tak. You eat sugar? Not capitalizing nuance equals extremely cringe, really. Try a bit of Russian for a challenge, sure. You drink water, hard exercise. Bevi acqua. Hard challenge defeated. I eat the apple. Io mangio una mela. Io mangio la mela. The apple, sure, bro. Because we speaking about like this particular fucking apple. Io mangio la mela, sure. Can omit subject pronouns in Italian? Yeah, you can do that in Polish too. You have defeated level 1 of Italian. Add a new course. Let's go Russian. Oh, I have to do alphabet. Alright, no alphabet. Let's like play Magic, finish this league. How do you say hello, how are you in Polish? Siema, no. Jak się masz? Repeat after me, chat. Siemano. Jak się masz? While learning Italian, I checked the brain training option. Why do the Duolingo characters look passive aggressive? I don't know, but they do. That's true. Kinda. Jak się masz? There was the character in Yu-Gi-Oh! Was speaking Polish for some reason. It was in Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. And he was saying, it was like Egyptian, but for some reason he was speaking Polish. He was saying, Jak się masz? I don't understand why. It's like a tier 1.5 deck. It's 1.75. I guess we can agree on that. I said tier 2 earlier today, but I dislike your dismissive attitude towards important elements of Italian grammar. It was not dismissive, but it was just that some of the examples in the Duolingo lessons, they like you never see. When would you ever say I eat the apple? I would say that you eat an apple. I guess when specifically asked, hey, have you seen that apple I bought and put on the kitchen counter and now it's gone? And you just chewing on it would say, I ate the apple. And I guess you would do that, but mostly kinda counterintuitive. Well, Yakshamash is not really hello, it's how you doing? Siemano or Shemka would be hello. How you doing a pickup kind of way? No, it's just Yakshamash means how are you doing exactly, like verbatim. Thank you for the raid, Yellow Hat. Pedro Dryad, I would rather kill them. Yellow Hat can show you around the quartier the turn. For sure he can. Should get the bounce land.
He's a phenomenal control player.
2 months till our baby will be born.
All of that only for the Mr. Colossus to be destroyed. One of the things a Polish friend said to me in English was, say, "Are you okay?" as a greeting, but it confused her. Like she... What? In England we say, "Are you okay?" as a greeting, but confused her. What? You say that? Does not sound like a greeting. It does sound like a way to check if somebody is doing okay. I assume you mean like, "Oh, you doing okay, mate? Long time no see, yo." That's plausible. Nice tech, bro. They reanimated the Archon, but nothing else. To have max threats. Keep the pacts too against the discard deck. In Portugal, when you meet someone, you give them a bacalhau, and I think that's beautiful. What's bacalhau? My opponent just cast Cryptic Command against me. Well, Cryptic Command is kinda bad, but it's not that bad. It's just a bit of an expensive one, but... Granted, it does feel like you would expect for Cryptic Command to draw 2 cards nowadays. Because the 1 card feels a little bit unfair, a bit too little. I mean, remember when we played against that one Grixis control cards person? Where I was playing Calibrated Blast and they surgically extracted my Calibrated Blast game 1. And then we asked them on the chat, why are you playing main deck Calibrate? Why are you playing main deck Extraction? And they said, good against Reanimator deck. Which was hard to argue with. I have no hand, but neither does my opponent. I don't think I want to sacrifice lands. Although I can Titan next turn. And if not, make a construct, so let's not play the second saga yet. Profane Tutor. I'm on a clock, bro. Get to tutor next turn. What will they find? Oh shit, Golos. I have no respect for any system that classifies this as a simic card. Mutenda Lion. If Mutenda Lion attacks, defending player might pay blue to have it deal no combat damage this turn. This is truly a twisted system. Is that card really simic WTF? Well, EDH. Skazakrazis, they will find coffers and use Golos, and they can hit this card spell, they have plenty of them. So it'll be sad to get my Krazis discarded. Looks like Mufasa right before he dies. Bros, remember when Mufasa died? How sad it was. How hecking sad it was to watch Mufasa just get trampled over by the gnu antelopes. Actually, I don't know. If never watched Lion King at the cinema. So I was too young. Was I? Lion King? 1994, so I was born after it came out, so I didn't watch it at the cinema, yeah. 5, 9. Amulet. 9, Kent Colossus. Guess you win, right? Actually, don't know. So I'll go 5 mana. I can have 1. Get 2 Titans, right? Yeah, I guess that's the simplest way to do it. Yeah, 2 Titans. It's good. Yeah, I am unable to cultivate her. I feel old, Chad. I watched Frozen in the theater as a kid. Damn. That means that you are still a kid. Unless Frozen release date 2013. Ah. Why do you prefer the Hanwar Battle Maze to the Slayer Stronghold? So they never draw the Boros Bounce Land or Send Home. I'm going to win this game, so I didn't need this game. I guess call me if I start losing, but you know, you don't need to win more, you just need to win. And I think my estimate is that I would lose more to drawing the Boros Garrison and Sunhound in my opening hands, making them crap. You can use Golas, I guess. Invoke Despair. Sure. Nice card. Paid for ringtones from the MTV ads. 20 euros for Crazy Frog. Either obscenely rich or just... I have no other words. Guess who? What do you think are this deck's worst matchups? Blue-red. Blood Moon. Very Rhinus is kinda tough. It's mostly Blood Moon. Yeah, Mailbot too. Sand stinks. Smollett. The sand is powerful. Skip. Basic plains, no covered, sure. Good draw. Explain why people are playing Minsk in Bow and Legacy. It's a non-pyrostable pyroplastic threat. Oh, I just had it this turn. Do I still have it? I don't. Should have killed them this turn, but I'm actually not sure if I would have been able to. I can still do that though. Yeah, I don't think I can actually kill my opponents, so we won't kill them. Can I understand a 4-mana play? Take a guess. Primeval Titan makes 4 mana when it attacks and it enters. No, I don't have Stronghold in my deck, but also I will win this game, right? So again, what does it matter? Nice hammer deck. What are you doing? A 13th Verfing, Lifelink Trample by turn 3, is that all you can make? Pathetic. WTF canister, no Force of Vigor? No, I don't have Force of Vigor. I would actually like some, kinda, but not like super much. Let's keep the Scape Shoot for testing purposes. They were snow covered, so I can cut a cavern, a forest. A forest is better than cavern. Is EE main? No. Why would it be? I bought it in. I remember when main deck E was just the thing in Titan, you had to play it. How has Turn the Earth been? I have not played against Living End. But I had 3 cards against Living End and just decided I don't want, like I want 1 Endurance because it's searchable, and I want 1 Soul Guide Lantern because it's searchable. But the 3rd card I would want to not to be hit by the same hate as the first 2, which means that it's Turn the Air because this card is kinda good against their interaction. And you can beat small living end, and you value your own graveyard being big, so just I think makes sense. Can draw. This time in Copenhagen was like one of the first times I ever played against Esper Sentinel in paper, and it's a little bit annoying, I have to say. It is a little bit... I don't know how to behave with it, because you know, you play your first spell for the turn, and you know they like it's gonna trigger, but it's on them to remember it, so you don't want to tell them to help them. But when you play your spell and you wait, then they will remember it, even if they wouldn't have otherwise, so it's kinda weird. Just treat it like Eidolon. Well, Silent triggers on everything. I don't know, it's different. Maybe not much different. Do I side in this versus Merktide? I absolutely wouldn't. Neither do I sideboard Soul Guide Lantern against Merktide. Should have played Valakut. As annoying as Day Night. Day Night is annoying too, but I haven't encountered that in paper yet. Is Sentinel not the same as Eidolon? Well, it is not. It does not trigger on every spell. And it's also... paying extra mana is like different thing than taking the damage. Because... I don't know. This card is only for Living End, plus Yawgmoth, plus random decks. I don't think I would have sideboarded it against Yawgmoth. Just against Living End. Yeah, Sentinel is a choice for the player, that's the difference. So I have to tell you about this trigger? Well, for sure, how else are they going to do stuff? But yeah, because it's a choice, it's different. How has Scapeshift had been? I haven't drawn it. Been irrelevant. Ooh. Sure. How many times did you realize you missed Shatter Trigger in paper? 0. I think I was keeping good track of them. So, I'm not... I don't think I missed any. But I do communicate pretty clearly when I play paper. I say, play Lightning Bolt, targeting X. This is my second spell for the turn. I will trigger Ledger Shatter. Put it on the stack. And I will trigger DRC. I would want to resolve Ledger Shatter first. Let's do something. What can we do now? I saw you miss a couple when opponents casted 2 spells in Copenhagen. No, you did not. That was like the third and fourth spell already. You must be mistaken. Did I tap my forest for no reason? Yes, I did. We can just attack for 1. 1 hit. That path revealed, so I guess just get TOS'd. And win next turn. Window. Now I'm thinking if I actually miss any triggers from my shredders. But this couldn't have happened, bros. Surely I haven't. So I should not activate in case they have +2/+2 to an artifact creature trick. My teacher wants me to write a retrospective from the future about the next 2 years, and he said I could make it a satire. Retrospective from the future about the next 2 years. I don't know. That sounds like a quest for Johnster from the future, yeah. This is crazy. Me, a man that lives in the future. In future being on present, watching the past. This is crazy. Bros, we have the escape shift.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Thanks for all the content, Kaniki.
Thanks for all the view hours, Flex. This deck has 0 mountains. It just has 1 escape shift. Oh, didn't even cast escape shift. 8-0, bros. Thread only set upon a spell, so you have to attack first. That does not make me need to attack first. But I could have. And I guess I would have too. And they also would have died to the attacks too, so. Let's make a gamble, yeah. You have 2 minutes to gamble. Damn, girls are bringing it on. Step back, step back, step back, silly girl. Nice song. Anything new in this Amulet list? I have 1 escape shift, which has been advertised as a strong card. That's it. Is this hand good? Kinda. It's not that good, but seems keepable. Arid Misa. Is that creativity? Otsies. Makes my hand worse significantly. Okay. Well, still would have rather had to.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Oh, this creativity. Why don't play this in Copenhagen? Because Merktide is the tier 0 deck. So I decided to play Merktide. Amulet is fun, but it is wildly inconsistent. For every league. For all the leagues where I get a score like that, I also get play many more leagues where my draws consist of roughly a few lands and nothing. Nice hand, opponent. Nice keep. I say without the Titan myself. Icer, whoa, thank you for the sub. Maybe just wanted to discard the Archon and clean up. No, discard hard evidence. Thank you, Jung Dingo, for your raidage. There's no point in playing the lands because I can play Titan anyways, and I can also draw Cultivator Colossus. Also notice how my opponent's on 6 life and I have 5 power in play.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Based subbage as well.
Exactly, base Savage. Connects to couldn't we have won the game last turn? How? I mean, if my opponent would have scooped, then yes, but We crucially lack a Titan. And we have no Valakut. How have I failed what scapes in the deck so far? I haven't cast it. Nice keep, opponent. They loot an Archon and reanimate it. Yeah. I mean, I need to draw something to win. What's an Ahego? Is that a type of cheese? Oh, no, 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 no. I played with fucking Spell Pierce. No. Okay, at least they have a push. Might have been worth playing a Grazer to sack. No, 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 no. I have 2 amulets. So I wanted to keep them. I had the Sakura to sack. I think the Grazer hand was better if I draw a Tolaria West, which we are currently gonna do things around.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Why am I getting Trojan ads? Nobody who watches Canister has sex.
Type 1 in the chat if you don't chat. See, it's not that literally everybody typed 1. But yeah, that's why I keep the Grazer, because it's gonna be ritual mana from hand if I draw the TOS. I thought I didn't actually count it, but intuitively it seemed to be the case for me. And it let me convert the map draw, which I also didn't think about, because the actual map is the most expensive way to get a Titan. Well, I mean, it's unclear when they didn't have the Archon in hand when they discarded the crabs. I think if they had, they probably would. I don't think it's a turn the earth matchup. I don't think it's really an endurance matchup. It's a matchup where Sakura Tribe stinks. Kinda, but Ramp doesn't, so I should just board out. I guess. Yeah, we're just gonna have the Soul Guide and explosives. They just hoped to draw their third land, they didn't. I think that's what happened. How many times have I cast Scapeshift this league? Once. And was barely relevant at one time. But it does not look good, it's just win more with Amulet. Light only has stacks with Amulet in play. Seems irrelevant. Like, worse than Explore is my estimation. Oh, we draw a bounce on next turn, you can get other. No, I only have one Azusa. Was a mistake, discard Grazier. What? They didn't discard Grazier. Are the borderless bounce lands win more? Sure. And there's glitter on the floor. There's an Azusa on the board and she's looking for Pompo. Wait, she said Delirious, like the Delirium mechanic in my favorite deck, Merctide Regent, Butt Chest. Please don't play Archon, please don't play 2 Archon. I might have a dirty mind, but Golgari Rodfime reminds me of a sexy shop. In what way? O kurwa, Asiu, jak ty spierdalaj. Nie gadam z tobą. Asiok. Asiok, jebać go, Asiok, jebać go, Asiok, jebać go, wszyscy jebać Asioka. There is Asiok on the board. I summon Colossal Dreadmo. They go hardcore, and there's Ashok Dreamrender, and then Dreamrender, and then Dreamrendered. Everybody's dreams rendered. There's a Dreamrender. And he's minusing on your deck. Actually, they minus on their own deck. Okay. No Archons mailed. Sure, bro. My flash holds no secrets and my card does nothing anyways. Oh, this is not a zero drop. Oops. Playing QR is so boring yet so free. If that's boring for you, you just hate Magic. Simple. It's a little bit boring for me too. Yeah, I forgot that reflection is not a zero. Rather, I did not realize in time that reflection is not a zero. Because now they could go land, dwarf, creativity, copy, and I could die. So I agree that would have been better. Wait, LMS Paris is 100 euros. Yeah, and they will get progressively more and more expensive. Get a trophy. Nice to know. I'll chat about my 5 because I'm proud of it. And I'll make a joke about never casting Scape Shift. So let's prepare a photograph of like the Tenno. Five Escape Shift and turn the earth are the truth and absolutely insane. At least I can guess because I never cast either llama. It should be neither, right? And not either. Is it neither or either? Either is fine, right? Actually, I really love Scape Shift and got 2 5-0s in a row with it. Sure. How, in what situations is it really like useful though? Because it's, I don't know, it seems like a dead card when you don't have an amulet, and then if you have an amulet, it's kind of a dead card too. We can jump up a little bit of mana with amulet. And let's say you have 2 lands in play and you play a bounce land with amulet, you have 4 mana, then you tap them to cast Scape Shift. You actually can't cast a Titan afterwards, you only made 4 mana. In the late game, we need to have the Dryad, but what? It seems kind of risky to kill the Dryad in response. Looks really bad to me. Did I see this card? I did, but I didn't really read it. Look at opponent's hand, choose any card name that costs 2 more. Let's actually look at an opponent's hand. It's actually pretty interesting. I've been pleased by the Dome spoiler, specifically Liliana. I have not been pleased by Liliana now. Just a very good with Colossus. Yeah, which, like, wouldn't you want to play more Colossus then? I don't know. So yeah, I actually lied in the tweet because I did cast Scape Shift once, but it was like super not important that game, and swing the same way if I hadn't had it, so just seems high opportunity cost of a ramp spell to me. That's not the optimal list. I think the point of Scape Shift is that it's a tutor, a menace, and a combo piece. Oh, Azusa, yeah, I don't know. Always a conundrum. Which ramp spell to play? Explore can draw you a Primeval Titan. Azusa can ramp you to a bigger Krasis. But yeah, like Scape Shift is probably not the worst card ever. But it seems so rough, so hard to play it, actually. To actually carve out space for it. Because it's a ramp card only when you have an amulet out. And also it works kind of badly with Urza's Saga and with bounce lands, so you're gonna have like low amount of lands in play. And then it's kind of bad into counter spells. This makes the alternative game plan of SKA and Dryad a little better too. What's SKA? I mean, Sakura Tribal there? Dryad? So we need to wait for another Uro to make Titan great again. Uro wasn't even that great in Titan either. It was a bit hard to cast, although I think I would play Uro in Titan now. I think it would be rather okay. With 4 caverns. I would actually be kinda happy to play Uro in this deck. I think. Although Amulet always struggled with Uro casting, it was very hard to do because Titan doesn't actually put cards in the graveyard, so you'd never escape unless your opponent interacted with you. I'll play one or two. I'll be writing the Amulet guide relatively soon, bro, so... But for today, I'll be finishing. Unless any other, like, questions or requests out of you for Canister, bros? Favorite card from the new set so far? Good question. The Defiler of Vigor looks kinda powerful to me, but most things look powerful to me in non-standard formats. Excuse me, non-modern formats. This looks kinda interesting. Because I could imagine wanting to play this. It can answer Murktide Region for 1 mana, back to hand, and then for... it's not that good, but it's kinda okay. 1 mana bouncy planeswalker creature. Nice flexibility, and for 4 mana it's a full removal at instant speed. I think Radiant Fountain main board has more applications than Bojuka Bog main board. I think Radiant Fountain is the one you tutor more often. I play both. Whenever I catch Radiant Fountain, I die to not having it, so it seems too good. What's Amulet missing right now? Consistency. Like once upon a time, Summer Bloom would be based, right? Those don't exist. Those are banned. Which card would be better for Amulet actually? Summer Bloom or Once Upon a Time? Which card makes Amulet better? Let's make it a Twitter poll. Which out of those two cards, if unbanned, will be a bigger boost to Amulet's power right now? Question mark. Summer Bloom or Once Upon a Time. Oh, almost forgot. Discuss. It's kinda close, I think. It is close. I don't know which would be better, but it's not obvious to me immediately. Summer Bloom just gives you better all-ins, which Modern has way better cards, no to answer with. True, yeah. And Once Upon just makes the deck much more consistent. At least stack the NBL tournament. True, I could do that. I'll do that later in like 12 hours. How about steering? Steerings is not bad and it's also terrible. It can only find Amulet or Ramp, so it can only find mana. Okay, Yotja declares war, 2 mana. Create an Ornithopter, sure. Tap any number of untapped creatures, artifact. Deal damage. One target artifact control becomes a creature with power and toughness 4/4, so you can. Is that all they got to declare the war with? Not much. Wonder how long debated to come that compromise. What's the compromise here? You would want it to say create an O2 Ornithopter token. Then it would have type Ornithopter. Micromancer. Search for a ancestral recall based. Why does Phyrexia like Dominaria so much out of all the planes, which there are infinite? So many places in the multiverse. So this is a prelude to the Phyrexian war, it seems, because the Phyrexians are there, but kinda not present super much. I get that Dominaria was Yogmoth's home plane, but to what extent is new Phyrexia connected to the old Phyrexia? That is unclear to me. Guess it is all connected through Karn, maybe. Solkanar the Tainted. Elemental Demon. Choose one that hasn't been chosen. Draw a card. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Just 3 damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. That's so. Those effects are pretty small, aren't they? And then your opponent takes the Soul Canard the Tainted. But there are 3 more turns, it will actually come back to you. Soul Canard. The new Phyrexia is connected in some ways to the old one. If you have 2 of these guys, then I guess you make 1 non-legendary zombie token of it, and then you make 2 copies of each everything else. So the second copy isn't even dead. Cat Dragon Lamao. I am laughing so hard. So many seem to enjoy the thought of Soul of Windgrace. It's not good in Amulet though, so I don't know what formats would that even be in. Enters the battlefield or attacks, you put a land card from your graveyard at the battlefield tapped. Chant with Elvish Reclaimer maybe. Oh, that's fantasy. It's not real. Right, let's do one last thing. That is going to be Enchant Wordle before we finish. Let's name Sprouting Forinax. It's from the year of 08, but not from. So it could be from the Vault Dragons, Eventide, Shadowmoor, Morningtide. Okay, so it's Morningtide. This was the last set of this year, right? Yeah. So it's Morningtide, Shadowmoor, Eventide. It is a rare. It costs 2 mana. Or 1. It is a rare non-creature. What's the name of the... No, that can be green. 1 or 0 CMC. Okay, so 1 mana artifact? No. Enchantment? One mana rare or mythic enchantment. I guess could be an artifact too. 1 mana artifact. Only 1 mana artifacts from the Morningtide, Eventide sets. Painter's Servant can't be. Does not fit. Because it costs 2 mana. Which we know it doesn't. Wait, we know it's 0? No. It's from 0, 8 because they said it's yellow. Yellow disposition means you are within plus minus 2 of the correct value, so we know it's a 0. It can be 1. It's 0 mana rare. Maybe a land, yeah. What are the hideaway lands in this? Let's go spring. No. What's Sulphurous Springs? No, that's not the name of the card. What's the name of the Cascade? Cascade Bluffs. Let's go. Okay, so red. It's from before this. So it's from. Okay, so it's from Morning Tide. So it's gonna be the red. Spine Rock Knoll, I think. No? Oh, it was from this set. So it's a blue land. Oh, so blue-white. Mystic Gate. Okay. Well, we got it, I guess. In very few tries. But you also got lucky with guessing the year with the first card I named. Then we realized it can be a land because it's unlikely to be 1 mana, I guess. Then I wasted on Spine Rock Knoll. Although I guess it let me know that it's blue-white. Exactly, which then we knew it's Mystic Gate. Yeah, the color had a yellow bar here, it's pretty small. Any Mystic Gate enjoyers in the chat? Anyways, see you on Thursday. I'll begin working on the guide tomorrow for Amulet. And then I'll put out the smartest guide for Amulet you've ever seen. It's not gonna be too long, but it's gonna be helpful. Let's raid Spike Plague, this Cascade Sphinx from Modern Horizons 2. See you tomorrow. See you Thursday, nerds.